Okay,
Oh, okay,
just
Dr. Tanko,
interrupt.
go ahead, sir.
Maybe you can just quickly speak. His Excellency is ready to come up.
Okay, sir. Good evening, everybody. I believe that we know each other, so I'm that obedient like every other person on this space. What drives me is when P2B said you don't have to, a Nigeria that works for everybody,
Mhm.
a Nigeria where the son of nobody can be somebody without knowing anybody. So that is just my motivation. There is nothing else.
Got it.
I just want to see Nigeria work, and that is what drives me. Even when it looks like, oh, the waters are still, it just looks like everywhere is cold. People are feeling what's going on, what's going on. It looks like the movement is dying.
Okay, while Nigerian talking and analyzing the political landscape, other world leaders are already mapping out a new Nigeria. The Berlin Conference is already happening. Okay.
But then I have this motivation, I have this thing in me that really wants to see Nigeria work. So I just feel like whatever it is, it's just hibernating. It's not as if it's dead. So a little this thing will spring it up. So I don't really know how to put my words. I don't know how to put my thoughts into words when it comes to this movement, because I'm so emotional about the movement. The movement makes me cry, the movement makes me laugh. The movement is what I breathe. The movement,
Oh,
I
okay.
live and breathe this movement because I want to see a Nigeria work. So
Yep.
that is it. And I believe that our collective effort, when we run the Go Met space, get organized, make election rigging difficult, I during the course of that space, I got to understand a lot of things, that if we want to see this change, we must be these change makers. Nobody, P2B cannot bring this change. Dr. Tanko cannot bring this change. Sarah cannot bring this change. It's our collective effort. So that is just my drive, and I'm happy to be privileged to be a part of this movement.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much for that, and let's get Tudo on the board. Tudo, over to you.
Thank you. Well said, Mercy. Yeah, thank you very much, everybody. I'm really excited to be here. My name is Tudo, and I'm the Shifu of the Obedient Ninjas. And we started the
Whatever
Obedient
that means.
Ninjas for all of the right reasons. And we wanted to complement the efforts of the movement. And we've done a few things, primarily on the TL, driving narratives, shaping narratives, engaging in very rigorous intellectual conversations about the future of our country, and primarily about the person and the candidacy of His Excellency Peter Obi, because we believe that the new Nigeria that we anticipate, that we hope for, will ride on the backs of one man, and that man is Peter Obi himself.
Okay.
And that is what we fundamentally hold on to.
Okay.
And that's what has been the motivating factor in all that we have done. I am really happy to be here. Nigeria is at a crossroads, and we all know that. Look at everything that is happening in our country today. A lot of us were not born yesterday, and we used to dream of, we talk about Nigeria of yesteryears, the glory days. Well, we believe that those days are coming back, and this republic will survive. It not only survive, it will thrive. She will thrive, and she will rise up and claim her place among the community of nations. That's what we believe. And so at this time, we have an opportunity to have rigorous conversations that are very pertinent to the future of our country. And so I'm very happy to be here. The movement means a lot to me. I respect everybody within the movement, starting with Dr. Tanko himself and all the good work that they do and we all do together collectively. I salute all obedience worldwide in every capacity.
Okay.
Those who have been playing one role or the other, even when you are unsung, all of the unsung heroes of this movement. You've done things, you've made out of pocket, you've spent money, you spent resources, you spent time, and nobody knows you. Well, we salute you. We salute you, we honor you, we respect you. And today is the day. We are here today to engage His Excellency Peter Obi, to hear from the man himself, to hear directly. Forget about the naysayers, forget about the speculations, forget about all of the talking points out there. The man himself is here, and we are going to hear from him directly. So I am really excited to be here today to have this conversation. I'm really happy. I'm glad. I have never been more excited about the future of our beloved country, Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah. We're excited. Let's see what happened. Hi, Chibuke.
Okay, thank you very much for that, and thank you for this charge up. We're still just trying to find His Excellency, and please just bear with us while we try to get him on board. But while we're doing that, as we did say, please let's see you following the obedience update and let's see you signing up on the obedience.com. We'll be putting that out in a bit.
Okay.
Okay. I've said, please.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
we're looking for him. He's not requested yet.
No. I'm going to call him in.
Why? Why are you calling him
Okay,
in?
you want to call him on your phone?
Yes. No. I'll just take the space now and call him in through. If you see Kingland there, it's all.
Okay. This is not the first time that we've been having issues with Peter Obi on X Spaces. I mean, this is his primary stuff. I don't know why you want to. Let me just allow them. Don't let me preempt. Okay, let me just skip 5 minutes. Hi, Chuku. 15 sec again. Let me just. I keep skipping
the
on
space going, and he's already set and ready to join the space, so he's
Okay.
joining right now. So
she
we can
joined
keep the space
now.
going. Let the
Even.
speakers keep
All right.
coming up to ask their questions while we take them down
Okay.
before His Excellency comes in. Thank you.
Oh,
All
I
right.
thought
Awesome,
he was
awesome.
ready to. I thought he was ready to join this stuff. We're in almost 30 minutes. Okay. Again, those are the little things, you know.
Do we, Ibrahim? I see Ibrahim. Let me pull him up. All right.
Okay.
All right,
we're
guys.
waiting.
I think that's a great idea. While we wait for His Excellency, once again, welcome everybody to this space. If you have questions, if you're not able to come on, Mercy, I don't know if you want to say a few words, get us started. I mean, we still have a country. Nigeria is there. We have so much going on in our country, which is really one of the.
I think we should start getting people up, but please, before you come up, as you can see right now, I have about 71 requests. A lot of people want to speak to Peter Obi. So when you come up, please try to make it snappy. 1 minute. So when you come up, just
Right. Thank you, Mary. All right, Ibrahim, welcome to the space.
Okay, I think I'm repeating.
Ibrahim, are you there?
Okay.
Okay. It's probably having connection issues. All right. In the meantime, as we're pulling people up,
Okay.
is somebody speaking? Walker, please hang on a second. We'll come back to you.
Okay,
Kindly
just
mute.
hold on. Okay, I go.
Yeah. Okay. Kindly mute your mic. We'll come back to you. Just hang on a second.
Okay, I go.
So,
I think
Frank.
it's His Excellency. So just confirm.
that's him. Oh, okay. I thought
Okay.
actually was the one speaking.
Okoye Cardinal.
I don't know if he can hear you.
Hello?
Yes.
we can
Welcome,
hear
Your Excellency. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. You should know by now that you...
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Perfectly. We can hear you well. Welcome, sir.
Yes.
Prepare for revolution because no one can stop jar time. Okay. Hi. Hi,
You
Frank.
should know by now that...
Revolution because some rule will happen again. We don't
Hello?
down Nigeria. I don't know what that means.
We can hear
Go
you,
ahead,
sir.
sir.
I think
Okay.
somebody's mic might be causing the lag.
Let me first apologize because you should know now that usually my own is blocked one way or the other. Because of it, I have to have...
So again, Peter Obi keeps saying that his X stuff is blocked. The last time we had that issue, when I think it was Aisha Yusufu that had to call in, and then I mean they were doing some stuff at the background because he couldn't log in into X Space. So I'm wondering why that is. This guy is one of the top politicians or presidential candidates in Nigeria. I think he needs to get to the bottom of why he's not able to join X-Space. I mean, I don't know, but it doesn't make sense to me.
I have 2 or 3 people around me when I do this space, so you can use their numbers. So I apologize again for the delay, which has taken us time and all that. Tanko and all of you that are gathered there, let me respect all protocols and pay my respects to all of you. Sincere compliments of the season. I wish you an eventful season.
Thanks, King Sarah.
And the best of the year
Shalom.
2026.
Okay.
Tanko had been all this while in our busy schedule because Tanko is one, I can say, is the only one I did speak on a daily basis or every other day. And in our discussions, Tanko has always mentioned, please, if you can talk to, even if it's just 10, 20 of us together, and all this and all that. And when he said that, they said, Tanko, I know it's a short notice, but let not wait for another day. Can we do it this evening? So again, I apologize for the shortness, because I think we spoke about sometime in the late afternoon, and I said, Tanko, let's just quickly do this.
All right,
And Tanko, thank you and your team for putting up this. You know, even if it's no matter the few number of people I'm talking to, I'm glad and I sincerely thank you. And I thank you and all of you for the great work you're doing.
Okay.
As I keep saying consistently, it's not about me, it's not about any one of you in particular. It is about our country. It is about changing the narrative in our country where we can get it better.
Okay.
Where our country that are now seen as non-disgraced country can start changing, where people can start seeing it as a country of character, a country of value,
Okay.
a country where there's reason for people to be happy to live in, to be part of. That is all just my introduction. So I thank all of you.
And
And
shall
I'm
be great
here
again, God
with
willing.
you
Yep.
as long as it is possible for
Okay.
us to be in this space.
Let's
Thank
keep
you and God
going.
bless you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much, sir, and it's good to have you here. And once again, from our own side,
Your
we say
presidency
compliments of
is
the season to
required.
you as well. And we hope that you've
Okay.
had a good celebration. As much as we know that you were working, but that is part of your celebration. So we hope it was a good one for you.
Definitely today was a good one. I can say today was a good one for me because all I did today was issues that I like doing, and that is productivity all the way. I told somebody this, that I had every day, as you know, within this period is extremely busy. There's some days that, of course, it's okay. There's some days you feel, oh, you're doing this. But today, I would say it's a good day. I started with going to attend a 50-year celebration of, some of you might know, or not know, Father Nzamujo. Father Nzamujo is the founder of Sunrise Farms in Port Novo. It's a farm that has been celebrated by leaders all over the world. He's from Imo, who wanted to farm in Nigeria, and nobody gave him a space anywhere to farm. And he went to Republic of Benin, and they gave him a massive place in Port Novo,
Okay.
where if you go there, you'll be amazed. Presidents of countries, including President of America, have been there.
Mm-hmm.
He's this, I think he's either second or third biggest employer of labor in the whole of Republic of Benin. when you see where it is to have what you can call productivity, a farm, they generate their own power, they do their own this and all that. Every state in Nigeria that I know, about 16 or 20 states, have tried to replicate small of that, and it failed because of lack of management. So we started a tiny part of it in Anambra while I was governor, and I can tell anybody it's working today. The reason why that small one is working is that when I started it, I told them it cannot be managed by government. Once government manage it, it will fail. We'll lease it out to people who manage it, and we did that. After 3 years, I told the people to take it over. They now own it, and it's working. But I went today to celebrate him for what is done universally and for the value and character of his person. From there, I went to condole a family of Ukeje. Some of you might not know a man called Ukeje, the first Nigerian to start a private university, college in the whole of Southeast. It trained over 100 graduates.
Okay.
In Imo State.
Okay.
It's somebody that, by the time I tell you what this man was able to do, from going to school, having a PhD in the 50s, set up the school, wanted to build a university. As far back as 1958, the first private university, and was stopped by government. I went to condole his family because he's been buried in tomorrow, and then finally ended up with my principal after Father Tabo Ibeziako, who was 90 years old today. I went to his house to spend the evening with him because, of course, imagine if he wasn't my principal in secondary school, whom I would have been today. And his family had been so happy. Now the man all day went to church, came back, kept quiet, told everybody he's tired. But when they told him I'm here, he came out laughing, saying, oh, his son is here. He was wondering whether that all day he was saying, oh, Peter has not even asked of me. Where is he? What is there? So I said, principal had been going around greeting people. I said, you'll be the last place I'll come because the oldest living first-class traditional ruler, Newi, today was 100 years. And
Wow.
I had to go and see him.
Okay, start with Mr. Peter Obi says Oji Chibuike and his vision for Nigeria come rain, come sunshine. Nigeria needs to return from Juan fully to producing manufacturing, which is what my parents did in 1970. Men we stop manufacturing. What's this woman saying? This is not a woman. This is Peter Obi speaking.
And this said,
it's an X space, just for those joining. It's an X space held by Peter Obi. Today for 3 hours. I don't know if that's sarcasm or I don't know. I'll just leave it at that.
Made my day worthwhile because I was seeing people whom I believe have lived and contributed in productivity. And that new Nigeria we want to celebrate. People who lived a life worthy of emulation in terms of character, value, impacting it on the society. So thank you for asking me about my day.
Wow. That was a long.
Well, what an amazing day. Like, Nigerians, you can see for yourself.
What?
Productivity will, when they say productivity, well, everywhere will be productivity. Like,
no, the guy just went to visit his friends and accomplices now. Again, let's move to the real issue.
Have somebody who is able to see things that are most important, that these are the things that can change our country. So, well, wherever you are, once again, put it out there. Peter Obi is coming because a new Nigeria is certainly possible, and we are all going to be marching towards that. So, without wasting much time, we would head out to start taking the questions. Bring your questions. It's going to be 1 minute. Please and please, 1 minute by 30 seconds. Just start rounding up. Go straight to the point. don't go around talking about things that are not what we're here for today. All protocols are already being observed. We just want the house rule so that we can be able to get a lot of people. His Excellency is that visitor that everybody wants to have an opportunity to engage. So please do
let's move
give
on.
us that opportunity by just making very succinct, straight to the point. So, Messi, Trudeau, take it away.
Yeah, let me start here with a softball, and then we can build up the momentum from there. Your Excellency, it's such an honor for me to engage you on this platform. Thank you for your time. Thank you for everything that you do. My question to you is, how do you do this? I mean, do you have more than 24 hours in a day than the rest of us?
His Excellency Peter Obi is coming.
That's just my question. How do you manage to do all that you do? Thank you.
Well, very simple. People ask me, where do you get your energy? Every day I wake up in my life.
I can see we have a lot of Peter Obi fans in the house. That's really impressive. Okay.
Every single day, I show gratitude.
Okay.
Gratitude to Almighty God that I woke up today. Mm-hmm. It is only by His grace that we wake up.
Yeah.
Gratitude that I'm one of those who were able to wake up. Gratitude that I'm one of those who can afford to have a breakfast. Gratitude that I'm one of those who is healthy to walk around. That gives me all the energy. The next is, what do I do today? What will I say I'm going to do today that will impact on humanity? Just like I told you that this morning, I got up, exercised, drove to Owerri, to Nzamujo's place. From there, went to Ukaije's place, another place in Imo State. From there to Nnewi, where I saw the traditional ruler, who again, I wish were Nnewi and see what he did when he saw me. He said, my son, Peter, I know you were there. Because when I became governor several years ago, about 20 years now, in 2006, I made him the patron of Traditional Rulers Council. You know, because by that time, he was about 42 years on the throne. He was older. Today, 62 years on, about my age. Today, he was 62 years on the throne and about 100 years. And he's still standing. And so, when I do those things or going to see my principal, in all these.
Okay, I think we just lost him. Let me see.
All right, Your Excellency, sir, if you can hear me, we are having a hard time hearing you. I think
I wish. Okay, while they figure out,
having some connection issues there. If you can hear me, we can't.
I wish they know the most that Tinubu they are dealing with. Instead of Tinubu to lose, Tinubu will win with 6 million votes, and political.
If you can hear me, we can't hear you anymore.
With fifth position will have over 4 million. Yeah, I think Peter Obi set to join ADC December 31st.
We're still here.
We'll see what happens. A man who can represent Nigeria globally.
His Excellency to come back.
Is that Peter Obi? Okay. Yeah, so again, another loss of connection there. We're just rewatching. This is a replay of the space. Yeah, he's having issues with the stuff.
Okay, I think he dropped off. So we'll wait for him to come back, and then we'll continue from where we left off. In the meantime, Mercy, do you want to? I think we should go ahead and start taking speakers. What do you say? Yeah. We have a few of our speakers in the speaker section. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna should be here. So
move on.
We take about 4 really appreciate. So we go 4 person taking the questions.
I don't want to
just
hear
go back to back like
these
that.
people talk. I just want to hear Obi talk. To be honest.
Hi, Chief Jack.
Okay.
So let's.
So I'll just keep moving forward.
Quality and everything.
Okay. So I think he got in.
Hi, Chief. You can go ahead. because you're taking like 4 questions at a row. So His Excellency
Okay.
will
So now
take
this
the
is the
questions, then
question
we'll go
time.
over to the next part.
Okay.
Hi, Chief.
Africa and Nigeria Vision
From Your
Forward should
Excellency,
focus
good
on
evening, sir.
generation wealth and preserving Africans.
Evening, High
Yeah,
Chief.
I agree.
Hello, my concern primarily in Nigeria is the issue that of our finances. If you look at the health check of the economy, how companies are closing up, and you see the weak purchasing power of those of Nigerian citizens, how weak it has become. We also know that Nigerian money is not the issue of Nigeria, but if you look at the report of the Auditor General that said 288 billion was misappropriated by INEC, 210 billion is missing by the NNPC audit report. 17.5 trillion was spent on pipeline security, and 7.5 trillion was also spent for subsidy in 2024. That is by NNPC report, with also the missing money from the NNPC, which they will also come around to say. One of money generation is not our issue. I think it's this misallocation and misalignment and misappropriation of resources that have led Nigeria to its knees. Because if our president is flying from the last week, he flew to Bauchi to some other part of the north. The jet he used was the jet, that was bought under the Obasanjo era. So you will now be wondering why we had to use 150 billion, to buy another jet. As he came into office for the first time. So this lack of cost cutting measures is the problem why Nigeria and the overprinting of money, the overspending of government. I think it is what's largely responsible for government inflation and the poverty Nigerians are facing. So I'm looking at areas that is possible when you come in. What are the things that you do to arrest this drift to public management and public resources?
Oh, thank you so much. Hi, Chief. Valerie OJ. Valerie, I think you have the mic.
Thank you so much, Mercy. Good evening, Peter Obi. Good evening, Minister Sanko, and everybody here. Okay, so I just have a quick question for our principal.
Yeah.
Please, we've been hearing this
Rick.
news that you may soon join the ADC, or that I don't know, Atiku Abubakar might step down for you, sir. So do you think this is plausible? Do you think you're going to be running under the ADC as the presidential flag bearer, or you think you may go to another party if the primaries won't be favorable for you? Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Valerie, for making that very snappy. Bele Chuku, you have the mic.
Okay, so we're taking 4 questions right now. Tinubu will rig in such a manner that political parties that can have a 4 million vote
Good evening,
would
Mercy.
be
Good
having
evening,
over 4
everyone.
million.
Good evening, Mr. Tanko.
Hmm.
So my question is going to be some of the lessons we learned from 2023 and what we have to do better for 2027
Yeah, that's a
in
good
terms
question.
of strategy to make sure that the mistakes of 2023 does not repeat itself. So what do we do and how do we, and what are the plans we have on ground to make sure that when the people come out, we are able to protect the people's mandate? Thank you, Your Excellency.
Yeah, that's a fair question.
Okay, sir. I think this is the 4th question, so you can take the question, sir.
Okay, are you hearing me very well?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Okay, thank you for those who asked questions. The first question was talking about leveraging on the obedient movements or the followers we're able to mobilize through in 2023. Let me say it again. Nobody is a follower in this movement. We all believe in it. We are all part of it. It's a journey for all of us. If you're in it because you think you're following me or following anybody, you've actually missed the mark. We're all in it together because we say we want to get it better.
Wow. Again, and I'm not, I know, I have to just pause there. This is the first answer that is coming to the question, how do you leverage on the obedient movement? How do you help your followers? again, this one thing, and again, if we are going to have a better result, we can't be doing the same thing over and over again and expect something different. You may not want to accept it, Peter Obi. The obedient movement people are following you. Okay? For you to say that if you think you're a follower, you're missing it, that's the number one problem that I see. These people are different people with different voices, different thoughts, different pattern of, reason and all that. They're following you. They need you to give direction. This is what we need to be doing at this point in time. This is what should be done in the next point in time. Again, let me continue. I just don't want to preempt.
So that sacrifice you're doing is for yourself. It's something you can go on tomorrow and say, when it mattered, I was there. I contributed my own bit. It could be just being able to change one person in your street, in your house, everybody. It could be a wife convincing the husband, this is the better way we should go. It could be a husband convincing his wife. It could be a young man convincing his girlfriend, or the girlfriend convincing his boy. Listen, we cannot go be a student in school. Let us, all of us are joining to bring about this change. So those people that were there 2023, what I tell them is, and all of us, it is not time for despair. It is not time to look back on yesterday. It is time to look forward tomorrow. Those things we think we did not do right yesterday, we will not collectively do it well tomorrow. And all of us believing in it is to recruit more people. The question you ask yourself is, today better than 2023?
Okay, fair question.
If you look at it, then you'll be able to say, if it was 23 was better, so it is getting worse, we should work harder. And I'm pleading to everybody to understand that we need to work harder. The next question High Chief talked about, issue of the economy, issue of misappropriation, physical rascality, and everything. I have said it consistently that it is time we understand as a country that the biggest problem of our country is physical rascality. We are looking for managers who can manage our resources. We are not looking for people who are good in entertainment. We are not looking for people who are good in making wonderful speech. We are not looking for these people who have the best degrees and everything. You see me say every day, educational qualification is not a measure of integrity. You see me say every day, being a good speaker, having this is not a measure of integrity. We are looking for people who can manage our money. People who can manage our money in a manner that it makes all the difference. Yep. People who are around me will tell you how I say and do this every day. People say to you, how do you get money to do this and all that and all that? And I said to them, okay, we're going to do this. If we do this, it will cost us this. If we do this, it will cost us this. And I can go on and tell you, it is not those who do it. It wasn't a rocket science.
Okay, if Obi becomes Article's VP, says Chris, eventually, and the win, I'm sure the Yorubas will be saying that an Igbo man betrayed a fellow Southerner, and it will be betraying gallop between Igbos and Yorubas. Accountability of what goes on. Again, let's see how that happens. But I think I'm having a report that is set to defect to ADC come December 31. I've not looked into that, but we'll see what happens. Accountability of what goes on in Nigeria. Yeah, I think there's a point there with respect to the reality of those guys in Abuja and even the governors also, and most politicians even at the local thing. I don't think people will be able to understand what is fighting the election at minus 2.5 million votes from Southwest, fake and real votes, with Kwankwaso showing love to Tinubu. That's extra 1 million in Kano State. Yeah, let's see.
It is
let's
that
see
you
what
have
happens.
managed resources, and I've managed it just even today. Today, I met Dr. Sam Amadi. The man has spoken about that is something is about about education. Okay, was from his village. When I went there today, I and Sam was discussing something. I said, Sam, what we are looking for is managers of resources. Our country has become a country where we celebrate greed, or we've normalized greed, we've normalized criminality, we normalize people who misappropriate and celebrate them, our common resources. We celebrate a place where people think the only way to measure success is money, is the amount of car you have, is where you celebrate your birthday, the way how big you do this, and everything. Sam, I want people to normalize that people should go to school. I want people to normalize that people should care about people being able to have a health facility. I want us to normalize it. I said, Sam, I've served. And I said every day, if you see one contractor who said that in 8 years P2B was in office, he sat down with him and they were saying how much you had for him. If you see one, show me that one. If they show you anywhere, any piece of land belonging to Anambra State, I signed a CFO of over 1,000 for one single man, one person. He came to my office. He said, sir, Governor, I have over 200, I have over 200 pieces of land I have bought across the state. I do this type of business, I buy, sell this, is CFO. If you sign them, for every CFO you signed, no, I think I was wrong. It was about 250 because it said for every CFO you sign, I will give you this amount. I signed all that piece of CFO for him, and he said to me, I agreed to pay you this. I told him, you're not owing me. You are not owing me. When I was looking for land to build where I live now in Onitsha, he offered to give me one of his land free. He said he has never seen that type of thing. He's 92 years now. I go and greet him. You say, my son, sit down. You're a saint. No, I'm not a saint. But as at that time, I was elected to manage public resources.
Yeah.
I was managed to manage lands belonging to the state and the people. I am not allowed to appropriate it to myself because it's against the law. I am not a saint. I've never claimed to be one. But whatever I've done, I did it within the law. If I made mistake, it is not knowingly. Because there might be a place that made mistakes. I'm a human being. But nobody will ever say, oh, Peter will be asking, give me this amount. Or give me this. Or I needed this and everything. And like I always tell people when they say, oh, you're not telling them, I say, listen, no thief on earth, I've asked that question across the whole globe, have ever seen what he can steal and keep it. And I say it every day, nobody have argued it. I left 36 billion naira when naira was 150 million, 150 naira per dollar. I left 36 billion naira.
Okay.
And I left $150 million. $150 million. Nobody asked me to save money in dollars. It was me who said, since Nigeria trades and save their money, their reserve in dollars, Anambra must also have, let me start a subnational saving for the future of our children. And I started saving that money. Some has questioned, oh, you would have used it to do conference hall, you would have used it, Anambra have no standard conference hall, Anambra didn't have this, and I laugh. As at time I was governor, we were doing things that will contribute to development. We're investing in education, we're investing in health. If you come today,
I think the question, again, I'm not just trying to, the question has been, there's been so many questions asked. And one of the questions is what happened in 2023? What are the lessons? How do you ensure that 2027 you don't repeat what happened in 2023? That's one of the questions. I've not seen any response to that. Secondly, there's been other stuff with respect to ADC. I've not heard anything, and we've gone in like on and on and on and on. I'm just saying, we need concrete item. All the things that Peter will be saying right now, the things that everybody on this call, if you followed him, you would know. You would know. You would know that he saved money in Anambra State, and it's good he repeats that. But I don't think that just sitting on that point, buttressing that point, is really addressing the issue at stake. Peter Obi and gentleman politics, it needs to force over 4 million historic votes out of Lagos alone that will shake INEC's leg. Lagosians don't come out to vote. Bring them out. If you look at the presidential and gubernatorial election historically in Lagos State, when you had all these votes, winners and losers together, it's never up to 1.8. And unfortunately, those people that don't vote, they end up also not helping matters. Peter Obi still remains the best and means well for Nigerians, but he has to come up with new things that would interest his followers. Yeah, one of the people speaking said, things has been a little bit, for a while now, it's not really been in the news. So I believe this X space is something that you can actually, that we can hold on to as to understand his thinking, his thought towards 2027, but it's not really addressing those issues as we speak right now. I'll still wait. I mean, we still have 2 hours. That's a lot. Peter Obi needs to tell us what he will correct regarding errors made in 2023. Yeah, we're still listening. Hopefully it gets to that.
We have one of the best educational system. We had one of the best health facilities where you have schools of nursing and everything. All either started by me directly or supporting some agencies to start it. I was the first governor to approach Bank of Industry to give on lending to our small businesses.
Okay.
If you go to Cecilia, to Mrs. Oputu, not Cecilia, sorry, Mrs. Oputu, who was then the managing director of Bank of Industry, he will tell you that I met him on a Sunday. She told me she's going to church. I said, Madam, what I'm going to talk to you is about church too. Church is about praying and helping humanity. So I'm coming to you on this Sunday. And when I arrived, I said, Madam, what I want to do is I want to contribute Anambra money. You contribute Bank of Industry money, and you lend it to small businesses in Anambra State, strictly. They have no Bank of Industry then in Anambra State, the branch. That was how she said, I'm coming to your state to start. This is innovative. We work together. I'm coming to your state to start Bank of Industry branch. That's how it started. And we're going to do this. And I think we invested 2 billion and they brought in their own 2 billion or whatever. I can't remember the real figure now, but that's how it started. Today, most states are doing it and it's working. But I was the first to start it. I was the first to do poverty mapping in Nigeria. I can go on and on. We need managers of our resources.
Okay.
We need people who are not greedy, who do not see money as everything in their life, who do not see money as a measure of their success, who see contributing to humanity.
On a normal day, I would have just fast forward, but I know you have to respect him. He's a presidential candidate, so again, that's why I have to just listen to everything else to say, because I fast forward, I miss some points, sir, sure, sir, tell us in a nutshell if you will be testing under the ADC and if you're willing to be running mates to Atiku. I think they said he's set to defect to ADC December 31st. I don't know if he's going to accept to be running mate, but possibly that might be actually part of, that might be one of the things in the bags. If he likes it, he talks too much about himself. It is like he talks too much about himself and what he did. Yeah, it's becoming monotonous. Yeah, I think he does that. But again, we'll just see.
As a measure of their success. That's number 2 question. News on ADC, AA stepping down, Atiku stepping down. Let me assure you, when people say I'm defecting to ADC, when people say I'm joining ADC, I don't know I don't know what to say. All of you are in this country. When ADC was launched, I was there.
I
was there.
Yeah.
And they said it's us coming together for this coalition. And I said it and I spoke there. I said, I am part of this coalition. I said it there. So why would I join something that we started months ago? Other people are trying to make me a new person. So they'll say, oh, after it was in December that you entered.
Okay.
Let me assure you, I've been part of ADC from inception and contributed, not just from inception. I said all oppositions must come together if we are going to change this country. All of us will come together. It is no longer about the party thing. It is all of us coming together because we are in existential threat where things are collapsing. So all of us, whether you are in PDP, you are in Labour, you are in AMPP, whether you are in whatever action group, whether you are in whatever YP, we need to come together and save this nascent democracy that is collapsing now. We need to come together. So I'm part of ADC. Whether somebody asking question, whether Atiku is stepping down for me, let me tell you one thing. I've always said, Atiku remains a leader I respect.
Structure
He
of
remains
criminality.
a very
According to him.
senior brother I respect and will always want to work with. I'm not talking about anybody stepping down for me. I'm going into ADC. All of us have agreed to come together to work as a family.
Okay.
And when we get to that family, the most important thing Nigerians should be asking in ADC is, yes, some of us can say we are good.
Look.
Some people might say some are not listening. How can you say? Me ask that question. How can you say ADC is going to change when this corrupt man is this? When this bad man is with you? When this is a? Let me tell you, the man who wrote most of the sections we read in the Bible today I'm a Christian, is the man who was the chief prosecutor of
And
Jesus Christ.
why you're not gonna go there, Paul? My dear politician, they're bringing. I don't think so. Yeah. Again, Peter Obi is allegedly set to move to ADC. Yeah, I saw the news that he might actually declare that he's now an ADC member in December. On the 31st of December. We'll wait for that. Super response about if he will defect to ADC. He's actually, set to defect. I think he will defect. Is it possible to make INEC remove all the parties that in the ADC coalition from the presidential ballot so that there won't be confusion for some people when voting? Can they push for that? Let me tell you, and I said it here before, I don't think there is a coming together of political gladiators. Okay? I mean, I think the best shot right now is Atiku and Obi running together, one ticket. But this is the problem. I don't see him, the usual sense of coalition is all these parties moving their whole, function or actually signaling to support a particular candidate. But I don't see that happening. I don't see Labour Party moving over to ADC, except for those politicians that have moved already or will plan to move. But in terms of Labour Party subsuming their own candidacy and all that for the ADC candidates, that's going to be a big problem because Obi does not even run things in Labour Party as we speak. Unfortunately, he still has a great influence in Labour Party, but he doesn't have a total influence. That's one. PDP has made it known that they are not actually part of the ADC. I don't know if possible in the future, they might decide we're going to wait for that to happen in 2026. That's not happening. Okay. Again, SDP, it's a no-no. They're not part of that. So you start to think and ask yourself that these are big players. And I think that the best shot is for Atiku and Obi to run together on one ticket. If Obi joining, so again, to your question, INEC does not have the power to remove all the parties. So if what's going to happen is they might actually find, and that's a big problem, someone just to put the person, in on the ballots. That's a problem for LP. Outside of Peter Obi and this thing, and you don't have names on the ballot. If Obi joining ADC and at worst becoming Atiku's VP, and that will bring Seaport's functional international airport and Kano release. Yeah. But then I also think that there's a seaport now. I think there's an Ibeto seaport in, I think that's still the South, right? That's not on top of mine right now. Tinubu is old, but he's smart than all these guys. This is who? Ladio Akon. Obi is a good man though, but I don't think he can face the challenges of cabals, Fulani that controls Nigeria, honestly. And that's why some people are suggesting that he runs as Atiku's vice. Because if he runs as Atiku's vice, I think Atiku has a good control of whatever. I mean, he's also a cabal himself. So I think him being the vice, who will be running for ADC? Who will be running for ADC's running candidate? Yeah, I know Atiku is running. Peter Obi also said he's running for presidency. I think he might run for the presidency, and then possibly whoever wins, he might decide if Atiku wins, which I believe Atiku holds the structure right now. I don't see obedient members taking ADC's party form because their leader has not even officially defected. We don't want Fulani again in Nigeria because Atiku and other Fulanis are the ones destroying Nigeria. So if Obi joins with Atiku, I'm out. It depends on what you want. Again, I'm not carrying what is for Obi. I'm just saying, again, people here actually bash me that again, what is this option? This is the closest thing that you could have. I don't see Obi running independently and even winning. And I don't even see him winning as much as what he got in 2023. If he runs independently without any party right now. If he runs with Labour Party, I don't even know. Labour Party is now owned exactly by APC, so don't expect anything good from them. Exactly. So again, could it be a ploy for them to just put a figurehead in LP to know that whoever is actually going to go vote for LP will be someone that actually wanted to vote for a Peter Obi, but because Peter Obi is now in ADC, they're just going to put like a decoy for that LP just to also ensure that those votes don't go to ADC. I don't know. Bro, I studied politics in university in Canada. The best option is Obi joining Tinubu. Then Nigeria economy will... No. We move past this. Obi joining Tinubu, that's suicidal. That's suicidal. Again, you studied politics in university in Canada. That's Canada. Nigeria is street, okay? Nigeria is... Obi can never, not in this lifetime, I can even hard. Let me go further. Not even in future lifetime. For him to join Tinubu, that's suicide. I don't think it's going to happen. Even if it wants to, it will never happen. It will never happen. So he's going to run against Tinubu. That's the, like, even him joining the ADC, some obedience are not even in term with that. But again, that's the closest, that's something close to at least something that can give a competition. You know, if you think they cannot work together, when Tinubu will be the next president. No, you're talking about after Tinubu wins what was this? After Tinubu wins in 2027? Okay, that's a different thing entirely. I don't know. I don't think obedience will allow him to do that. Let's continue though.
Of the Christianity and let that change. Most important thing I want to see in ADC families, what is it that we're offering Nigerians that is different from what they're getting today? What is it that we're offering them? If it is that we want power for the sake of power,
okay,
P2B is not part of it. I want to see a Nigerian where we are offering people better education. We're offering people health facilities where the person in my village can be sick, where the person in my village can be sick and have a primary health care he can attend. I want us to offer poor people out of poverty. I want us to be investing the resources. I'm looking forward to a productive, progressive Nigeria where things can work for everybody, where people are employed, where young youths are this. This is not ever. We have 130 million people that are living in poverty. I've traveled all over the world, going to different schools. I've traveled all over the world, going to different countries to learn what they did. What we are trying to do, some people have done it better, and I visited them, studied what they are doing. So for me, it is, what are we offering? It's no question of, oh, I'm going in there, somebody will step down for me. I'm going in there to be a member. That's how I'm in there. I'm a member. It is for us to collectively say, Hanko can do this job better. I'm looking for a Nigeria where people will not just be competing for competing's sake. I'm looking for a Nigeria where Ibrahim is better. Okay. He can do it. I'm looking for a Nigeria where Aisha, I'm looking for a Nigeria where Bola, anybody is better. And we can say, yes, if we are working with this person, it will be a better person for us to work with. Not in Nigeria where Tanko knows he's not in financial industry. Not in a Nigeria where Peter knows he's not a good manufacturer, but they say they're looking for money for manufacturer loan is now 5%. He goes to borrow it and throw it away. When he knows that a Nigeria where Peter Obi knows he cannot manage money, and he manage money. I, as a bank chairman, have in my life wrote a note to somebody who was very good, a very good, hardworking person. And I wrote in the system where he is and told them, this man is very good and should be put to be in charge of social and social place,
Okay.
but should not be put where money is.
Okay.
And his organ came years after and told me, you are fantastic. Because he doesn't have the skill to manage money. Whenever he put money in his hand, he mismanages it. But if you leave him where he is, he's doing very well. So I told him, I said, as long as you don't put him where he's in charge of money, he's weak. Because managing money is difficult. It is not easy for people to have money and they won't spend it. It is a very difficult, it's very tempting. It's not, people think it is easy. It is very, 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 very tempting for you to have money and you go about, and I think people who have been around me and see me recommend and say, this man can manage money, this man cannot manage money, even see me. 2 days ago, I was in Abuja, or 3 days ago, my lawyer, whom I was in his office, offered to buy me something. And I said, what is the price? He told me, I said, no, you can't have it. He said, I'm the one paying. I said, I'm not saying you're not the one paying. Today I was in his house, in his village. I passed through it. I said, I came to greet you. He said, do you know, since that 2 days ago, he's been wondering why he wanted to buy that thing for me. I said, well, maybe I was wrong.
Right.
I have allergy for money being wrongly spent because some people need it. That's why I can't afford to celebrate when people can't go to school. So I'd rather give that money to school. And luckily for me, he's an old boy of a school doing their celebration very soon. I said, lawyer, go there and buy 2 chairs with that money. That money would have given me to do this something, we'll buy 2 chairs. If all of us buy 2 chairs, so ADC must offer something different. I took time to answer this so that maybe people will not. Somebody said, what do we do in 2023 that we're going to do differently in 2023?
Oh, yeah,
well,
exactly.
it's
Let me
not
listen to
for
that.
us to elaborate this in space. But we all know that we have to do things differently. And I assure you, we will do it differently.
Wow. 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 That's again, you don't need to tell us the details, step-to-step details of what you're going to do, but you could come out and say, we knew that there were certain things, irregularities that we are aware of, if any. Okay, if any, I'm just saying, this is what we plan to do now. Or we need to equip our agents well to understand, all these things. Having a monitoring center that you can independently verify, calculate all your votes. You don't need to wait on INEC to do that. Those are normal stuff. I studied politics in UK, and Peter Obi joining Tinubu is dead to his political career. Yeah, I mean, he can't have anything to do with. Again, never say never, but with Peter Obi, I don't think he's going to join Tinubu at any point in time. Burkina Faso is a prototype. Burkina Faso, as that worked for them. I don't think that prototype would really can be replicated in Nigeria. It's still south on. Why can't Atiku step out for Obi? He's trying to complicate. So Obi will wait for Atiku for full 8 years. I don't trust Atiku. Obi must be very careful. Yeah, very valid point. I don't trust Atiku too. I don't trust Atiku, but at the end of the day, Atiku can be a vice president for another 8 years. He cannot. So again, that's that. I don't think they trust each other. I don't think Atiku also trusts Obi. Let's just put it that way. Because Atiku feels that Obi betrayed him. Okay, he worked with him 2019 for, made him the running mate and all that, got a national profile, which was good. But I think he feels like, you know what, I think Atiku also has that feeling that, Obi didn't stay with him when it mattered most. Promises are a comfort to a fool. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Yeah, that's true.
As we go along, we will continue to discuss what we did wrong and what we're going to do differently.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, that's good.
All right. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for that very detailed explanation and response to the question. So I want to do a follow-up, if you allow me, sir. Majority of us, when we first heard about the ADC coalition,
Yep.
We heard that they were meeting for the past 18 months leading to that announcement, and so we felt like all of that meeting, a lot of things will have been finalized, and partly which will be who should emerge as the head of the coalition itself. So you might, some people might call us naive, but we thought that the whole conversation was about you emerging as the head of the ticket. Now, that said, our assumption was that the whole conversation, it was supposed to be an arranged marriage. We come together and we just move on from there. But now it looks like we're now talking about dating and getting to know ourselves all over again. So the question for you, sir, sorry, real quick, the question for you will be, now that you have said that it's ADC, you are in ADC, we're going to work from inside, should obedience go and become members of ADC? Should they register with ADC going forward?
Okay, let me again tell you. When it was announced, they said they have been working for 18 months. That's what you said. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me say it again.
Okay.
From the time this coalition was being finalized and announced, I was part of it. And I said it that day. I was part of it in attending the meeting. I was part of it in whatever contribution they did. So I'm not a new person in it. When you are forming a party, it's like forming a company. We've put the managers there, and I believe the chairman of ADC today is a competent person. And we said we're coming together as parties, as individuals. And our purpose is that the way things are going is wrong. And we want it changed. We can't at that time be saying we are coming together to support anybody. No, I don't think that's the way to go. I don't think it's proper. But if we come together and we're working together, we will see, obviously, that A or B or C will be able to do what we want better. If we come into it and we're going to do a major alliance, anything, and we'll come into it and say, oh, this is this, oh, this is this, I don't think it's proper way to do it.
Okay.
This is not the proper way. Let us at all time not look for easy way out. It is not what is required in life. Let us work. Let us prove that this thing, we deserve this. We deserve that. We deserve this. We deserve that. Even when I entered Labour,
Mm-hmm.
when I joined in Labour, Labour told me, we have this number of people contesting for election. We have somebody like Patu Tommy. Prof is somebody who is a very, very dear brother, senior elder brother. And Prof is there. When I went in there, I met Prof. We started talking. I started moving around. Prof said to me, we will see what will happen when we went. But in that primary, Prof said, I want to do this, but I want to be the chairman. Let Peter be the managing director. And I can tell you, this is not the first time he's doing it in his life. He's done it in another place where two of us met together, where he said, Peter, you can run around. I've seen you run around with so much energy. Go and do it. If you join, you've seen me write that I'm the youngest chairman of a bank. Let me tell you, the entire board that made me chairman, I was the youngest person in terms of the age and the youngest in entry. There were people sitting on board for 5 years, 6 years, 8 years when I joined them. When they were to elect chairman, the man who nominated me for chairman is still alive today. Major Ramagoro. And when I was looking at them and said, oh, if you don't know, Jaramagoro is Federal Commissioner for Transport. If I'm right, under Gowon.
Mm-hmm.
Jaramagoro is Federal Commissioner. They used to have under Gowon. Him and Gowon visited Anambra State, Onitsha, in 1972.
Wow.
Either 71 or 72.
Either 71. So I think Peter Obi should also try. And again, I also make that mistake too. You don't need to be too precise. Okay. Now, again, what is the ADC's manifesto for Nigeria? I did ask, let me see if there is actually a manifesto right now. So this is their core principle and vision: consolidating democracy, building a superpower economy, fostering an egalitarian society through inclusion and transparency, promoting intense and intentional leadership, emphasis on transformation, oneness, and inclusive governance. I think they are more of let's bring everybody together, let everybody share this money. I'm just saying, from everything, strong focus on youth inclusion, women empowerment, 35% representation target, advocacy for good governance, integrity, competence. Key policy direction mentioned in ongoing manifesto development includes a massive investment in power generation, value-added program in agriculture, grassroots mobilization. The party's slogan is "Arise and Shine Nigeria." Okay, so again, that's what I think is more of inclusion. Now, would they be able to do what they've promised? I don't know. If Atiku wins the presidential election, it will embolden the Fulanis to believe that they are alpha and omega of Nigerian politics. I think they still believe they are. If Atiku or Tinubu wins, they still believe they are. And that's why they keep saying that, Tinubu, we made you president. We don't like some things that you're doing. We don't like the way you're treating the North at times, So again, I think they still have that belief. Although now, I think that was 2023, but now actually 2027 is that real test. Okay, is that real test? Because again, in 2023, you still had Buhari, in APC and all of that. And then you had them in power also, but then you still have Buhari also back in Tinubu, But I think you're right. 2027 is that real litmus test. which they want to put that into. I mean, want to put that question. Actually, we want to put that into question to know, if this is true. Yeah, I said, please, how come we come together without bringing our differences in terms of tribe and ethnicity? Yeah, really, it's about people really judging someone based on his conduct, based on what he can do, and not by his ethnicity, not by his religion and all that. Okay, again, that's true. But we cannot, at this point in Nigeria, I'm telling you that ethnicity, religion plays a major factor in our polity. Quite unfortunate, but that's what it is. I know PDP found a way to do it, say they're going to rotate the power, but that itself also is also flawed. Because it's not constitutional, okay, and then it makes it subject to different interpretation, also who is at the end of affairs in the party. Yeah, well, something has to give. At least we know a good job will be done via Peter Obi. Atiku can't be that bad. Well, the problem is this, with a good job being done via Peter Obi, is that Peter Obi will only serve at the pleasure of the president. No matter how good Oshibajo was, he was kneecapped. We saw how he did, for a while when Tinubu was sick and he handed over full presidential powers to him. When Buhari got back, they made sure that whatever happened, no more major power goes to Oshibajo. Oshibajo was technically sidelined. Blaming Fulani is escaping economic issue for all Nigerians. Yeah, I don't know what you're trying to say there. But again, for Peter Obi, to be honest with you, I believe that right now, as we speak, they are really behind schedule. That's just what I believe.
When I was still in primary school.
Oh boy.
And we queued on the road, waiting for them. We salute to Jaragowan, head of state. They visited. That was the man who nominated me. And when I went to him and said, sir, I've just been in this board for about 3 years. And all of you have been here 8 years, 6 years, 7 years. I've been less than 3 years. You know what he told me? He said, within that period, Peter, if I show you your contribution to this board, your energy, the way you run around, whenever they say they're looking for a director somewhere, you run there. They're looking for, you run there. You follow these people, go around. This is what the company needs. My brother, let's be part of those who create value, create something. I want to be part of those who will say we change Nigeria. And I assure you, of all the, if we were in Indonesia, there's only 3 people who are qualified to contest presidency today. Ibrahim will tell you, you must have participated in election and have 20% of the vote, or the other way around. And I feel I am very, very qualified.
Yeah. Yeah, again, forming a coalition to impose a single candidate is undemocratic. If Peter Obi joins the ADC, shared value should be proven through a transparent primaries. Yeah, I think they're going to force him to do a primaries. I, for one, believe that, what's it called? Atiku would not relent, because I think this is Atiku's last chance. His last chance. So he's not going to relent, and he really wants to go. He was the one that, I think he's the one that really pioneered this ADC stuff. It was the first set of individual that actually joined the ADC. And they've been telling Obi to join all this while. Yeah, okay. Yeah, my friend of intelligence. Yeah, thanks. I enjoy watching from Georgia when I get back from work. Nigeria is a failed state. Well, we'll see what can happen. I think there is still hope. I still believe there is hope, Your program is against Peter Obi. Why not stop wasting your time and begin to preach your drug lord and certificate forger? Yeah, again, my program is not against Peter Obi, but we criticize all of them from Tinubu to Obi to Atiku to whoever. This program is not dedicated to anybody. The best option for him, for what I see, is for him to go face the primaries. At the end of the day, if he gets the VP slots, I think that might actually seem a little bit more competitive. Okay, even though right now I keep saying that they are far behind schedule. One thing I know is that Atiku doesn't have Nigeria in mind. His hunger is just to achieve his own goal, just to be called president. Atiku doesn't even have a good record at all. Yeah, I mean, from the reference that Obasanjo gave, with respect to, at least if you get a new job, they're going to have ask references from your former employer, right? From that, we know that, Obasanjo did give him a very, very bad review. But that being said, again, people that love Atiku. I'm not a fan, but I've listened to people also from the PDP side. They believe that Atiku has been sacrificing his personal ambition, in quote, since 1993, from the days of MKO Abiola. So again, that's what they believe. As far as I'm concerned, I don't think, that he is the best candidate. But again, politics is about numbers, not about what you feel. Okay, not about what you feel, and that's just it. Thank you. Okay, Savior and Prince of Praise Jesus. Yeah, Africa needs to apologize to the African American. I don't understand what that means.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. That last statement right there, I mean, there is no question in the hearts and minds of everyone on this space and Nigerians altogether that you are more than qualified to run for the president of Nigeria and to steer the ship of state.
Okay. Yeah, again, he has his right to contest, and I'm not against that. He should go to the primary. Atiku alone without Obi cannot win Tinubu, so Obi working with Atiku will make it worse. Obi working with Atiku will make it worse. No, so if they come together, I think that's the better option instead of them working alone. Well,
we are glad that we're actually living in your time, because many of us believe that our country needs a clear sense of direction, something that she clearly lacks at the moment. And we believe that you have everything that it takes to get us to that Nigeria of our dreams. Thank you, Your Excellency. Mercy, I think we should go to the next question now. Do you know who we should go to? The next person is? I don't see any hands. That's why I'm asking, actually.
Okay.
I have my hands up. I think it's me.
I see hands from this end.
Oh, okay. Maybe it's from my end. All right, sure, great.
We're going to take the questions, and remember,
if ADC does not have a rule that first and second in primaries will automatically become president and vice, do you think Atiku will choose Peter Obi as running mate if Atiku wins the primary? If Atiku wants to actually have a shot at winning, his best bet is to choose Obi. That's his best bet. If he doesn't, then he's kind of suicidal. Yeah. Why didn't Africa rescue the kidnapped African? I don't want to go into that. I mean, history and all that. And I'm not vast at that. Obi is just the right man for Nigeria at this time. Again, you might be the best person. You have to win elections. Okay, the best person more often than not, I can tell you for a fact that the best person may not even be on the ballots, because the best person does not even want to go, through that rigorous process of begging people. Someone close to Atiku's children said that all his children are just praying and waiting for him to become the president so that they can make their money like other past presidents. I wouldn't doubt that. Atiku was suicidal with Wikio. Yeah, so at the time, I think that Atiku had a soft spot for Obi at that time. And Atiku felt like Wike actually stood up to him. Okay? So with that one, it wasn't more like I want to work with you. Atiku, and again, this is another thing with Wike. Atiku believes that Wike is also has a powerful block in the PDP. And he feels that he cannot work with Wiki. So again, I think that was why, it was suicidal with him. But I think with Peter Obi, again, I know that they've had their own differences, especially when Peter Obi left him, to run individually. Okay, but I don't see if Obi joins and he eventually fails to get the nomination or win the ticket, I don't think Atiku would just sideline him. I don't know, but again, it's politics, right? Again, I might be wrong. It's politics. To me, I think dividing Nigeria should be the best thing for Nigeria, but that can ever happen. Again, I know that's a discussion, but again, we're just focusing on what this X space. I mean, that we've covered that a lot with what's been happening around Nnamdi Kanu and the likes. Again, people are also divided on that. That I must say, Africa must wake up. Yeah, but Obi alone can make it happen. The problem is, will he protect his vote this time? I don't know if EE alone can make it happen. On what platform? Okay, on what platform? And again, is not LP is not primed to protect his votes. Peter Obi is not primed to even protect his vote this time around, because Nigeria is an interesting place. So we'll see what happens. I hope you guys know that Atiku has up to 4 wives or more, so his children and grandchildren will be a lot, and the loot go too much too. Again, wow, let's see what happens. But again, I'm saying that for there to be a competition and for it to be competitive, I think at this point in time they need to really come together. That's the only shot. If they go individually, I don't think they're going to even have a chance at even getting close to the kind of structure that Tinubu has actually been able to put together.
We have a lot of hands. I don't know how we'll be able
we'll just call them one after the
accommodate
other.
Everybody. So just try to make it really, really quick. So we're going to start with Ibrahim. You've been here for a while. Are you ready to speak now?
I was here before Ibrahim.
Here we go again.
I've been here.
Here we go again.
It's okay. Everybody's going to speak. So let's just
Okay.
get Ibrahim.
All right. No.
Yes, Ibrahim, you can go ahead.
Okay, Ibrahim. Ask your question.
Okay, thank you very much. Mine is very quickly. One, I want to thank Mr. Peter Obi. He promised he will never leave us. He promised he will consult with us on anything he's planning. And he believed a lot of us that are here, we want to be part of him. We are like using him to get to where we want to go, to all of us. We want a new Nigeria. We scout 2023. We found out what he can do for us, and we all line behind him. We are not going to leave him. And I'm so glad that today, before joining or before making his declaration, he felt it very important for him to have this space with us. I was so elated, so happy, and I feel
your question.
that this is where we're supposed to belong to. Number two, not only us obedient, he's coming from Southeast, for example, and that we have seen a lot of people joining individually, which is not supposed to be that. It's a coalition of people coming together to give us a direction of where we want to go to and explain to people what we want to achieve with it. That's what makes me so happy. And I think he's doing it. He's changing the direction of politics. I think it's something that we are going to study in the future. And this is what we want. Definitely, if you're coming on board something, you have to bring something new. My question to you, Mr. Excellency Peter Obi, is that please, will you stay with us during this time when we are doing the campaign, talking to us the way you talk to us today? And also when you become president, can this family have the obligation to see you continuously engaging, even if you are drifting to what is our core value, we still come as a family and make sure that at least we don't have the cabals that we used to hear in government and we don't have those people that take you away from us. That's just my question. Thank you.
Answer your question.
Thank you, Ibrahim. So, Barrister Juliet, you have the floor.
Oh, thank you very much. Good evening, Your Excellency, organizers of this space, fellow Nigerians, and their obedience. So, quick one. My question is, Your Excellency, as president, how would your administration strengthen law and order nationwide, while preventing abuse of human rights violations, human rights abuses, political policing? And as a follow-up question to this, if any of this fails, who bears responsibility? The president, governors, or your security, your additional security chiefs? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Barrister Juliet. Victor, you have the floor. Victor, are you available or someone else can go?
Yeah, move to
I
the
think we
next.
should take guns a blazing.
Okay.
Guns,
No, is it Yusuf
guns
you're
are
talking to?
blazing.
No,
What
Victor.
kind
It
of
was
a
supposed to
name
be
is that?
Victor.
All right. Okay, so I'm here. My phone was hanging. Maybe I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, we can.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It's an honor to ask you this very question. Over the couple of months, I really appreciate the energy you put in education, which is very, very paramount. I appreciate that. And we are working something out in the state, in Akwa Ibom State, for that.
Fair enough.
Now, what I am aware of is that in the ADC coalition, the supporters of Atiku, Erofai, and Amechi are bullying the obedient, claiming the party belongs to them and that you are not part of them. And this bully has led to factions across the country, to the point I have to call the Assistant National Organizing Secretary and tell him to call the House into order. Let's sit down on a round table and let these people understand that Obedient, Labour Party, and all other blocs are in this coalition together, and that the coalition doesn't belong to one person. And we have been battling that right here in Akwa Ibom for almost more than a month now. So, Your Excellency, how are you going to handle this? Because if we don't handle it now, eventually when the election is over and you are sworn into office, this fight might continue. Thank you.
Wow. Okay.
Thank you so much, Victor. A.O. Yusuf, please. A.O. Yusuf, are you available?
Yeah, sorry, I'm here. Let me hand over the baby to the mother, please. Sorry.
Oh my God.
Take. All right.
That's
Good
a
evening.
responsible man.
Good evening, Your Excellency. All protocol observed. My fellow obedience. Quickly, sir. Following your earlier statement on the ADC, sir. If we follow previous traits from previous administrations, we know that vice presidents are made useless most of the time, and executive power lie on the president most times. So I will strongly suggest, sir, and I will strongly say that I would rather support you in the weakest party ever, which we have already shown ourselves to be capable of doing in 2023, than to support you in an alliance that will end up disappointing us. That's by the way. And Your Excellency, sir,
Fair
this is my
point.
submission, my question proper. And I wrote it down and I'll just read it quickly and wait for your response. Knowing you to be a big proponent of productivity, I personally am so confident in your ability to boost both individual and corporate productivity. I use every opportunity to tell people how they will be self-reliant when you are done with Nigeria. Sir, for the purpose of some people that are still doubting, please give a word to us on how you will effectively affect SMSEs and also how you put your knowledge to work to push Nigeria and Nigerians towards industrialization and from consumption to production.
Okay,
And
fair
by the
enough.
way, my wife and newborn twins send their regards too. Thank you, sir.
You are giving it to babies when you said they are the ones who are working for, they are the ones who are sacrificing for. I will not be able to elaborate in your question, but please do whenever we have opportunity of meeting. I will talk more about the question you asked.
Wow.
Ibrahim,
All right.
traveled to Indonesia.
Okay, go ahead.
Ibrahim, who spoke in this space, traveled to Indonesia with me. I traveled to Indonesia and they saw me visit the Ministry of SMEs. And they saw me take notes. And I've done this in about 2-3 countries that have succeeded with their SMEs. I'm coming from SME family, my brother. I started a small business. I can say today that of all those who are contesting to be president, including the president, none of them started the way I started. I've built a small business from scratch. If you want, go ask anybody who was with me in University of Nigeria, Nsukka, as a student of University of Nigeria, Nsukka. You see me say it every day. I built one more branch of Savannah Bank as a student of University of Nigeria, Nsukka. I owned the supermarket inside the university. And everybody saw me coming to the university, buy car in first year, buy car in second year, and third year, and final year. So I was born, I've been a trader.
Again, if I talk now, people will say I'm talking too much. See, you being an individual doing SME is different from you putting a policy together that would help SME business thrive. There are a lot of SME guys, okay, in Nigeria, but they would not be able to. So again, we cannot conflict these things. And it's not me trying to badmouth and all that, but I'll just allow him to land, and then I'll take your comments because there's a lot of comments that we need to.
Who started a small business and built it into a big business? Institutions where I served as director did not give me directorship. The day you see me, I will show you my profile locally and internationally. I built a successful business.
Okay.
That is by the way. So nobody has this background. So I know what it takes to turn around and support small businesses to grow.
Okay.
I know their impact on the society. I've studied it everywhere. I know how to manage finance. I've served at one time, which if I'm correct, no other person, as a director in 3 financial institutions. When CBN said you can only be a director in 1 because of conflicting interest, I was director in 3 because the 2 largest owners of the other 2 requested CBN that they want me on their board for the purposes of effectiveness. So I'm a finance person.
Okay.
So nobody can say I've run a business from scratch. I've been director in corporations.
Okay.
So I've lived the corporate life. I've also proved the same thing in public life as governor. I've done it in public life. If you go and look for Minister of Finance Aganga, and it is the report.
Sure, go.
When Nigeria was trying to form and start sovereign wealth fund, go and read the report. Which governor supported it? When Okonjo-Iweala was saying they want to start saving for future for this country, read his book, Fighting Corruption is Dangerous, page 61. You will see it. He wrote it there. Governor Peter Obi, who supported it, was not supported by his colleagues. So, and to prove it, I saved. It's only me and President Yaradua who have left money in office without borrowing. He left $5 billion, I left $36 billion plus $150 million. And I can go on and on. So it is not question of hearsay. Whatever I've said to you is what I've done. People in this obedient group and families have traveled with me and everything. Now, you talked about issue of going to be in the smallest party and going to be vice president, going to be...
Okay, yeah. Let's listen to
Why
that.
can you presume? We're not God. You know, I don't know why Nigerians go into anything with the assumption this is going to happen. Please, I'm begging everybody to understand. None of us can predict tomorrow.
Okay. Fair enough.
Going to everywhere with an open mind.
But that's not what he's saying, right?
When we entered this coalition, we came with an open mind.
Yeah, I think what the guy is struggling to understand is you came to tell us in 2023 that Atiku and his gangs are what? They are a structure of criminality. And the guy doesn't even trust that Atiku will be fair to you. So he's just saying that, you know, that's what he feels. But again, I think Peter Obi has done his homework. He has looked at the numbers and is now being realistic to himself that, you know what, the only way I can get traction in my political career, as it were, is if I actually team up with this guy, knowing what we now know. Again, the Labour Party of 2023 is different from the Labour Party of today. There were certain things that I felt it should have done post that 2023 elections. Okay? And that's it. So, again, I mean, it's just it. You know, as a politician, don't talk more about yourself. Talk about what you want to do. Yeah, what you want to do. Exactly, that's the thing. There's no politics being played in Lagos. Tinubu never had the numbers in Lagos for 24 years of his reign. Lagosians just don't come out to vote. Yeah, people don't come out to vote generally, even in Nigeria. All this grammar, give us light and water. I mean, that's what people want, and that's not what we're saying. Peter Obi has told us his CV, but what has he planned to surpass INEC irregularities? A new party should just name itself Light and Water Party. That party will win election in Nigeria. Most Lagosians only come out to drink water and chill outside their houses after election. They don't come out to vote. That's why you're seeing losers and winners added to be less than 800K rather for governor. I'm shocked that Obi wasted so much time talking off point from the question he was asked about what he would do to grow SMS if he becomes president. Again, I just feel that going into this, there needs to be more work done with respect to communications and the likes. I also saw comments on Oluomo and LP and all that. But again, we'll see. Let's just keep the challenge is that we have 1 hour 30 minutes, which is a lot. I don't even know if I'm able to stay till the end. But again, the questions being asked are straightforward questions. These are not very hard questions, but again, the answers kind of hovers around what he plans to do, what he's done, or who he is. Again, we'll see what happens. I think Mr. Obi needs a strong political advisor. I'll be available if I got employed. He keeps saying something about himself. I think Obi does not want to give Tinubu expo. That's why he's ordering his answers. Well, possibly, but again, at the end of the day, you know what really matters is who votes and who counts the vote and who records the vote that is counted. Unfortunately,
that's somebody who said they were being bullied. My brother, I'm being bullied every day. We're not going to solve the problem in Nigeria by bullying.
It comes to the territory, though.
We're going to solve it by having competent people in positions. We're going to stop it by having people who can manage resources where they should be. Today, your country is a country of the highest people in poverty, country with the highest youth unemployment. I can go on and on. We're not going to solve it by going the same route over and over again. Just like I'll tell you, we're not going to achieve what we achieved in 2023 by doing the same thing we did in 2023.
Yeah,
no.
fair enough. True.
The process, those who engage in process of yesterday and today, those who are thinking about yesterday and today will meet tomorrow. Tomorrow is dynamic. Otherwise, we'll go back to the time we are using typewriter. We've passed computer. We have now answered this. We are now in AI. In one of my last overseas trip, somebody told me, Peter, do I want him to call a driverless vehicle to take me somewhere? It was me, because of where I'm coming from, who said to him, please, please, I want one, somebody will be driving. Because if I enter one that somebody is not driving, I will be restless until I get, in fact, I may probably will die before I get to where I'm going. Because I'll be imagining a driverless car in Nigeria.
What are you talking about, bro?
Because I know the person will not get to his destination.
What are you talking about?
It was me who was saying, please, 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 let me enter one, somebody is driving. Today, people do all sorts of things with AI. We are talking about the future. We cannot. In 2022, I left PDP and went into Labour, and by you people's hard work, not me, we were able to mobilize what we were able to do, won that election, in Nigeria.
Which election?
Those who are masters of wrong did what they did. The future will not be the same thing. We are now going to work with other people in coalition to get there. And working with them in coalition will not be this thing. Please, for my friend in Akwa Ibom, let's not fight over it. Let's use the reason. Where they are fighting, where they are bullying you, please talk reason to them that it is not about fighting, it's not about bullying that can change Akwa Ibom State. Akwa Ibom is supposed to be one of the best states in Nigeria, in Africa, in the world today, for the resources God gave them.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think Peter Obi does not want to give X why I said that. I don't think it's a good thing for Peter Obi to come out as VP. Doesn't want to dash our hopes. I think that ship has sailed. I don't know. I mean, let's see what happens. You know, if he joins ADC, they go to the primaries, we can take it from there. Peter Obi needs to give Nigeria answers, not about himself. Exactly, right? What future plan does he have? Tinubu stole your election. If he steals it again, what will you do? Waste your time in court again? But do you know that when he went to court in 2023, he never alleged that the election was stolen? If you read all his petition, he never actually alleged, technically. What he alleged was, number one, Tinubu didn't have the right to run because of the $460,000. Then secondly, he alleged that Shettima at that time shouldn't have been the VP because he had another concurrent position somewhere against the rule of INEC. Then towards the end of those petitions, he brought some stuff with respect to glitches. Okay, again, that's his case. That's the 2023. I wasn't the one that wrote the petition. He was bringing the 460 drug forfeiture and issue, and was bringing all of that. So again, how can someone be saying that Obi doesn't want to give Tinubu Expo as the reason why Obi doesn't answer question thrown on him? Please, then ask Obi to stop coming out for an interview at all. Again, again, the truth about that is that let's even say Expo or not, do you think, given what we've known about Tinubu, given all the comments that people have made about Tinubu, I mean, Tinubu didn't really go to the mainstream media for any chat and all that. And I know Tinubu also talked about his Expo and all that. But again, that's what Obi has been saying. That he doesn't want to say more than this. But I still think that some of these questions are fundamental, that no matter the answers he give, I don't think it's going to dent or change any of the activity or the simulation that, APC already has. So again, I mean, I don't know why he's not wanting to divulge so much information. Exactly. This is not a matter of not giving expo. Don't you listen to Trump and Kamala's manifesto? People want to hear a little of what he has in plan for Nigeria. Exactly. Like, for example, people are hounding Trump with respect to the Epstein file because they said, well, you campaign and so you're going to release that file. Again, there are a lot of things then. There was also the, what's it called again? The Project 2025 that detailed line by line what he was going to do. Although he denied that he wasn't going to do it, but we can see that he's actually doing a lot of those stuff now. Again, I mean, let's just continue. I know it's a little bit frustrating for us. We're waiting to digest and all that, but again, it is what it is. Let's just give him that benefit of the doubt, and that grace.
It is not going to be solved by bullying. It's going to be solved by all of us coming together, starting from the man who is in charge to down. Somebody asked the question of issue of law and order and who is going to be held responsible. Let me tell you, first, let me talk about who is going to be held responsible. We didn't elect other people. We elected, if it's president, we elected president and vice president.
Mm-hmm.
The president or they will be held responsible, not their ministers, not anybody. Issue of law and order. Let me tell you, we need to know what the biggest contributor to the Western world GDP is law and order. Law and order can help you. The biggest driver of investment, the biggest thing you do to attract investment in your country is
security first.
Operating within the rule of law.
And rule of law. Okay.
Where they have that intangible assets of rule of law and order can change the dynamics of your country.
Yeah, fair enough.
If I have opportunity of serving this country, we will follow the rules, we will abide by the Constitution, but most importantly, I will fight every 24 hours of the 365 days for unity of the country. If you want to be a country to...
For unity of the country. Oh, wow. I don't know if a lot of people will like that, but again, yeah. Tinubu doesn't care about Nigeria. He talks at Nigeria, not talk to them. I mean, Tinubu is such person that doesn't even care. He doesn't even care what you think. He just does his own thing. Like, we have to carry, and that's not good. We have to carry this cloud out of Asura first. The guy is, have you seen all of them singing on your mandate? River State guys singing on your mandate. Wiki singing on your mandate. All the South, now APC. Again, you might say that it doesn't really matter. Okay, you might say it doesn't really matter, but I'm just telling you that the reality on ground is quite stark. That's why the ADC, they're kind of far behind. This space should be organized better. It's not campaign yet. It should be critiquing the current governance. I agree with you on that. I mean, that's a very valid point. Like telling them this is what this government is doing now, and these are the things, this is what I believe that we should do going forward. This is where we should stand and all that. God bless Mr. Peter Obi. God bless him. It's pretty childish for anyone to claim Obi doesn't want to give expo. It's an argument from weak mind as if we are in one backward village that hasn't seen civilization, yet a printed manifesto. Obi will sound the same as 2023 because the same issue still exists and is even getting worse. Rule of law is besieged by unqualified person practicing law in Nigeria, a lot of fraudster in the judiciary. Yeah, it's annoying to see National Assembly and judges singing and standing on Tinubu's mandate. So they've come out to clarify that actually it wasn't the judges that were singing it. The National Assembly, I know they all sang it, and it was the military men that came to play that actually was singing that on your mandate we shall stand. But again, it doesn't actually give the president a good look. I know having a judicial stuff and then they're singing on your mandate we shall stand. Do you support you? Okay, yeah, we keep moving on.
To work, the country must be united. I will fight for unity of our diversity. With unity of our diversity and productivity, you change this country. Every part of this country is important. Every part of this country has something to offer. We will respect it. We will go from the vast uncultivated land in the north to all the resources of Niger Delta, which have been misappropriated today, without Niger Delta or the country to have anything to show for it. We will change it.
Okay.
We will apologize. We will beg where we need to beg.
Fair point.
And I assure you, we will make it work. Somebody said about the issue of cabal. There's nothing called cabal. If you're not cabal yourself, you won't be part of cabal. It's like what I said. If you are not stealing, you cut down the corruption. You need to be stealing for other people to steal. Because you are going to be approving what they will steal. Before they put their own, your own is inside. I've been a governor, and I've challenged people to show me. My chief of staff will ask you, this thing you are bringing for God to approve, are you sure you're correct? Because you know he will verify it. My accountant general will tell you, Oga knows the balance. So when he comes and says, we have this, we have this, we have this, we have this, we have this. So don't tell him anything. When I started saving money, my accountant general, people will say, Oga, people have not done this before. This thing you're doing, somebody will come and eat it. Somebody will do. I say, it's not my business. My business is to do my own and move on.
Wow.
What comes after is not me. I want to live my own life. My commissioner for land will tell me, okay, why will you go and buy land when we are giving people land here every day? When we have land where you are trying to buy land, look at this massive land in GRA. Look at this massive land in here. I say, Commissioner, leave me to live my life. It's more peaceful to me. So if you're not a cabal, cabal cannot take you over. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, thank you so much, Your Excellency. I don't know, host, do you have anything to say, or we should just...
Yeah, I'm just going to bring in some questions. Hi, everyone. Your Excellency, thank you very much. I'm just following back because while we are waiting for people to ask questions, some questions are being dropped in the comment section. Somebody's asking, how do we tackle all the bought over institutions, such as the judiciary, security agencies, traditional rulers, and other institutions?
Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, that's a good question. Let me see here. Someone is saying that Tinubu is in power and can easily implement the expos from another person. Then there's that reply that all the judges stood up when they were singing, right? I mean, it's just a bad look, to be honest with you. They shouldn't have actually sang that song there. If Mr. Obi truly has an idea that can save Nigeria, it's unfair to withhold it because he's not the president, as the country needs solution now, regardless of who holds office. To be honest with you, this is what politicians do. They do it all around. Remember when they actually did they created a bill, okay, at the U.S. Congress to help fight immigration issues. Trump told his people not to support that bill. Okay, again, this is what they do. So I mean, it's politics, but I understand where you're coming from. Like, they should think about the people and not just that. Now Peter Obi is making some sense. ADC manifesto need to encourage votes. We'll see what happens. We always talk about doing one big thing or the other, but has no roadmap on how he would do it. He couldn't cultivate Anambra land when he was governor. No agricultural plantation anywhere. Oh, really? Again, I think he tried his best. The only challenge is that, and let me see, I just want to put it in a very right way, is that, you know, it comes out to say, this is what I did, and all of that, which I think he had a very good intention. But when you look at the holistic roadmap, you know, of how to develop a state, I think, and that's what I think you're also talking about here. Where's the roadmap? Where is because I did actually went to Google the 50-year plan or whatever that Peter Obi put in place when he was Anambra State governor. There's none. There's no 50-year plan. There's no plan and say this is where I think I envisage this state would actually go in the future. It doesn't need to even be the one implementing it, but you've actually built that, you know, that framework. And that's number one. That is what I think is working for Lagos today, even though you might argue that, you know, a lot of corruption in and is there. But again, there is that, you know, roadmap. Everything you're seeing happening now has been something that has been conceptualized. Would it be done better? Of course. But right now, Soludo, which again, you know, has actually gone ahead to say, now we have a 50-year plan. Is worked on that 50-year plan to say, this is what I think, this is the way I want to structure this state to be. And in 50 years, if everything actually locks in together, Anambra should be a great state. So those are part of the things that I think, you know, we should be actually pushing out to them. What's your holistic plan? Okay, for example, 2023 came, the election went the way it went. Again, the question I would have been asking Peter Obi, what's your holistic plan to make LP one of the dominating political party in Nigeria? Of course, that wasn't done. That is creating a problem right now for him politically. So we need to see that. What's the holistic plan? How do you envisage all these things will work together? There may be challenges. Things don't work the way we envisage. That's why you even need to have something like that, even to begin with. Again, while Obi might have good intention, I can see how Tinubu can be removed at this point. I can't see, while Obi might have good intentions, I just can't see how Tinubu can be removed at this point. It is Tinubu versus oppressed Nigerians. It's telling us our votes will not count, period. Yeah, again, I mean, to be honest with you, I think when Tinubu got into power, I think one of the things he decided to do was to consolidate his power. And he started thinking about 2027 even before the opposition started talking about the coalition. Unfortunately. So again, right now, he has all of, and again, he holds most of these governors, you know, a lot of them defected because they are corrupt. They don't have a choice. Some of them defected because PDP has been broken. Some of them defected because, you know, they couldn't even find a place in LP because of all the factions, which I guess partly was caused by APC, you know. So again, that's that. We just see what happens. He's always quoting what people said about himself instead of stating how he's going to do. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Mr. Obi said he wants to bring unity to Nigeria. How is he going to do that? Because all the people he has visited for days, as I said, are Igbo people. No, I think he's been also going to the north a lot. I mean, just to be fair, And at times I guess this is so again, those people that is visiting now that you're calling Igbo people is because right now we're in the Yuletide season and he has traveled home, for Christmas and all of that. So apparently all the people he's going to be visiting in that place will be Igbo people. I've seen him go to the north, spend time even eating with he has actually taken lunch with some of the displaced people. I think he's been moving around to the north. He's been doing a lot also, trying to support other initiatives in the north also. So again, I think it's just because he's in Anambra at this time. Okay, of course you're going to visit people just like Tinubu is in Lagos and all those people coming to meet him are Lagosians,
That's one question. Another question says, if it is settled that our principal is now ADC, how do the diasporans key into this in their bases? So those are the two. Then I'm totally we can bring in other.
In diaspora, the biggest problem we have with diaspora is that how do we get them to vote? Unfortunately, we can make noise about it, we can shout about it. Unless we have opportunity, we need to make them part of our voting block. It is critical, it's important. For now, it's about advocacy. Let them continue. I keep saying we were part of this yesterday. We are not trying to join. In fact, if I was joining, if we were part of it, I'm surprised that people kept saying, oh, now that we are this. Let them go to my statement on the day ADC was launched. I think I even tweeted on it, where I said, today we did this, we did it. So I don't know why they now keep telling me, oh, now you're about, so he said, oh, it's defecting, so that you will be, oh, Peter Obi was. I said, from the day it was launched, I was there physically. And I've campaigned for ADC people. I campaigned for ADC. I've campaigned for Mo, Dr. Mo. I'll give you an example. Dr. Mo was very close to me. When he said he was going to contest the election, the first thing he asked me is, which party? I said, Dr. Mo, we are building coalition in this ADC. That's where you will contest. And I've gone, I don't think even all these people who are saying, oh, these people, or they're saying they're doing this or this, I'm the only one who have gone out to campaign for Dr. Mo. Went to places with him. So why would anybody be saying, I'm trying to join again?
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, Mercy, go ahead.
Okay. I have a question for His Excellency. So, a very quick question. So, Your Excellency, I've known you to be a man of principles and very consistent, to the point that if I look at what you tweeted or the things you wrote in 2006, 2014, they've always been consistent. So, this brings me to this question: what principle must any political party meet before you deem that party fit to run on its platform? And another question, it's actually the same question, but the second part is, how will you avoid the mistakes of party capture and internal sabotage like the one we experienced in the Labour Party?
Yeah, that's a fair question. Yeah, he has visited North and West. Yeah, stop the rigging and see if Obi wins the election or not. Yeah, I mean that's a fair point. No new schools built, no new secondary school, no university built, no dualization of major road, no beautification, any type, no government house, no government lodge, no flyover. Yeah, but it saved some money. Again, what do people really understand about economic planning to ask 50-year plan in Anambra State? Well, the current governor has actually, he's done that. Okay, he's actually done that, put that together. He came in and he said, you know what, Anambra is the headquarters of erosion in the world. And he has actually been doing one or two things to fix that. Again, I'm not carrying waters for him. Funny, they now say Lagos has 50-year plan. Does Lagos look like a state that has a plan running? Yeah, you might. I mean, that might be valid. Again, I'm just telling you, reporting what it is. Again, it's better to have a plan than not to have anything. How can Obi say the biggest diaspora problem is how to get them to vote? Obi is pissing me off with his response. I'm leaving, bro. Again, yeah, I mean, I think you could have actually answered it in another way, but that's his thought. And I think for now, I don't think diaspora voting is even in the bingo card. I don't think that shouldn't be a problem. Some of us can come back for voting, and we have families back home. We can confuse them, or you can actually help them to vote. Obi is the only politician standing upright, where he has told you that he's actually not. That is not a saint. But again, I think that's a perception that people have about him. But yeah, I said he's not a saint. Head and shoulder above all Nigerian politicians, stealing and embezzling public funds. But these tribal bigots are only fault finders against a selfless PO. Yeah, he's a good man. I mean, we've all said he's a good man, but again, when you get to the nitty-gritty, I'm telling you that Nigeria, more often than not, the good man usually don't make the cut. But that's just the reality. Let's be careful voting for PO out of sentiment, because that clearly didn't help us with Buhari. His intellect and track record should be the primary basis of his election. There was a time during Buhari's time, and we're going to go back to the question. The question they're asking now is about party capture and all of those. And also what happened in Helpi, how it won't repeat itself. Around 2011, when Buhari lost, people were really, really mad, because what he was selling was integrity. That was what Buhari was selling. A lot of people were skeptical. People from the East were really skeptical. A lot of people also that were around when in his 80s, actually, when he rode, was like, it was a Diagman that was doing the whole thing. They were skeptical about him. People felt like, okay, fine. Some people even said that if Buhari didn't win in 2015, which was his last chance at the time, that maybe he would be the best president that Nigeria never had. It was all that, packaging, selling, and all that. And then the guy got there, and it was a disaster. It was a disaster all through his tenure. Took us back, way back, tribal relations was at a very low level. Insecurity persisted. Economy, we're not out of the hole throughout. You understand? So again, that's a valid point. Do not vote because, and the reason was that people hate Jonathan. The North hated Jonathan. Many people hated Jonathan. Rightly so. I believe that Jonathan was not in charge, of his presidency, because there were a lot of forces fighting against him. When he came out, he said he was in a cage. So again, I'm just saying that people have the right to decide who they vote for. And again, the problem that people also have with this Tinubu administration is that there is no regard, especially for people's lives. Security, number one. Number two also is that there has been no way to rein in the excessive spending, despite the fact that, the presidency keep coming out, the executive keep coming out to say that, we don't have monies in Nigeria, that there's a lot of, need and all that. So that's it. If you are the president candidate on the APC, then I'll vote for you. But if you are a vice president to Atiku, then my vote goes to Tinubu. I have a voter's card. Oh, okay. Wow. So you would rather have a Tinubu than an Atiku? That's what you're saying? I have a question. If Atiku becomes president while you are the vice president, how will you feel, or what will you do if Atiku and another Fulani start embezzling our money? So again, that's the problem again. And I do agree also that that's something that he has to contend with, and, just decide if he's okay with that. Okay. And again, looking at how they also did Oshibajo during Buhari, where at some point they were not really, allowing him to function well. I don't know. That might also happen if he becomes a VP. But he has a shot. I think he might want to contest for the presidency. We'll see how it goes. During the primaries, I mean.
There's no way you can avoid what you asked in the second question. It is not possible now. We live. Let me be honest with you. What you're seeing in Labour Party and PDP today is caused by government of today.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Government of today wants for us to have a democracy that thrives. They should encourage opposition. I've said this several times and people have heard it. I was in Afghan and we were having issue. We were having problem in Afghan. To the extent that as a sitting governor, I would not have been a candidate for my second term. I would have been a candidate. I went to then President Yaradua and told him what was happening. He invited the next chairman then. I said to him in front of me, he said, Chairman, I told you I do not want problem in any party. I want this our democracy to thrive. I told you, I complained the day I started that the process through which I came into office was not the best. And I don't want that to happen again. I want elections to be free and fair. Election
What?
that brought me into government in second tenure was free and fair. I did not pay. I can go back and tell that Nigeria thrived in my time. In my first election as governor, there was a bit of, there was rigging or there was a wrong announcement. I went to court.
Oh, okay.
That court lasted for about 3 years. I did not give any of the judge 1 naira. 1 naira. They gave judgment in my favor. And when people said, the man who gave them where they are staying, the man who was feeding them, was the serving governor then. Yet they gave judgment against him. 5 of them. Against him. And I didn't do anything to them. I didn't promise them the state treasury. I didn't promise them anything. I was just going to court quietly there and praying. In court of appeal, I didn't know one judge. I didn't give them 1 naira. In fact, the judge that wrote the judgment or the lead judgment in my court of appeal judgment, I met her 2 years after being governor. She met me at the airport. We're coming back from London. He came and tapped me at the back. And I said, good day, madam. He called her name. He said, I'm happy that you're doing well. I would have felt bad because I always ask of you from my people in there, and I'm happy you're doing well.
Okay.
I remained a friend without giving her 1 naira. 1 naira. She remained a friend to today. There was a time, to tell you this, there was a time after I've even finished being governor, there was something. Peter Obi suppressed with his wife. He called me. He said, what is this I'm hearing? Make sure it doesn't happen, no. I said, man, na crazy people. Me self. I said, what I can so I can go on and on.
Okay.
During my impeachment, I did not give the judge 1 naira. Court of appeal judgment, I did not give them 1 naira. During my interpretation case, from lower court to appeal to Supreme Court, I did not give anybody 1 naira. In my second tenure, I did not bribe INEC. I've never met INEC chairman, apart from the time I went to complain that we have problem in our party, and the president invited the next chairman. Go ask Iwu. I never visited his office one day. Go ask Jega.
Oh, okay. Again, just to put it out there again is yeah, you said I'm being biased. All of them steal money. Yeah, I was just talking generally, not particularly on the Tinubu administration. But right now, I mean, if you're talking about, whatever is happening, the current administration is Tinubu. So that's why you have to just call them out. The process he came to office was not fair. Then he should have resigned. No, it's the other way around. It was actually cheated out. Yeah, so he went to court and then they had to swear him in. So it was like they cheated in and he won, but they gave it to someone else. Then he went to court and then they made him the governor. So that's what I was trying to say. Then he said when he then organized when the next one was organized, he made sure that it was free and fair. Yar'Adua also accepted the election was rigged in his favor. Yeah, that one I know, but he didn't resign. Yeah, he just said it was not free and fair. Saving money is. I think you want to say saving money is not enough criteria to be voted for as a president. For there to be significant development, we need someone who will strategically spend money towards major projects for sufficient national development. That's true. And I kind of agree with you. Hi, Sonny.
I never visited his office one day. Ask Mahmoud, who left now. All throughout this day, I never met Mahmoud one day. I don't meet referees. I come to the match. If we lose, we'll go. If we win, we must build a good Nigeria. So all those things, when people say it, I don't. So it will change. And you said, let me remember I first said, how are we sure that what will a party meet for me to be involved? I'm involved in the party. I will not tell them what they will meet for me to go in. But when I go in, I'll tell them what we are looking for. My dear, I pray to God, do not allow me to be part of those who will fail Nigeria. No, please.
Okay.
I don't want to be part of it. Because people have suffered enough here. Among all these people who are contesting election, not contesting election, and one man who move around every single day. Today I've been to Imo. I've been to part of Abia. I've been to Anambra. At least there's no day I don't go to about 4 or 5 functions. Today I was in 6 functions. And I meet people.
Okay.
I talk to people. I listen to people. Nigerians are suffering.
Yeah, that's true.
So I want to be part of those who, that's why I said, when we go into ADC, that's when all of us, another family, people from PDP, people from APC, when all these people come in together, the first question is, what are we going to do differently to change? It's not going to be overnight. To start changing the lives of Nigerians. What are we going to do different? So people will say, okay, maybe these people were once.
No, but that should be the question to ask before joining them. I mean, if you're thinking about that, it should be the question to ask before joining. Because once you join, you don't want to make a decision, you join today and then you're out tomorrow.
Saul, they have now started becoming poor by changing the way they do things, what they were doing yesterday. But if it's for us to go, like most people are thinking, oh, this man has stolen this amount, this man owned this house, let me go. Oh, no. That's not the purpose.
I should stop talking too much.
All right. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
How's it going to defeat it, Cabal, right?
So we're going to take the next 4 questions now, I guess. But before we do, allow me to inject
I
this,
thought people
please.
said we are going to be on just so. Tanko told me He wants us to do just 1 hour or thereabout. Okay, go on. I'm listening to you.
Even in Nigeria makes Nigeria redeemable because Britain 100% controls Nigeria and won't allow Nigeria to prosper. Best solution, Nigeria is referendum, self-determination for us to decide where to belong. I agree with you that, I mean, that referendum is something that I think that we should have, at least at the minimum, have through, what's it called again, federalism. At least that's the minimum. Then again, I think that, currently the constitution as we have it is kind of flawed with a lot of issues. Power is concentrated on the at the top. The state governors, like for example, you don't even have state police to start with, although they are looking into that right now. But again, I do agree with that referendum stuff.
Oh, okay, no, definitely. If I guess,
I'm feeling so tired.
Your
It's been a
Excellency,
long.
we of course we do respect your time. I mean, if it's
No, I'm okay. I'm fine.
Okay, thank you. You're so gracious. Thank you very much. And this is what I was going to say, ladies and gentlemen listening. I actually thought that each time we get the four set of questions, we're gonna have to go over them. But you are keeping track of the questions, and this is amazing. And this is what we're saying. The kind of leader
He has
that we
people
want
working
for our
with
country,
him now. He
a
has people
man
sitting with
who
him.
has demonstrably proven that his mind is sharp. He has a good understanding of knowledge of the problem, and he has preferred practical solutions to those problems. That's what we're talking about. He's alert. He has the precision, his understanding. He keeps track. He's engaging with the people. He has empathy.
No way.
I mean, that's exactly the kind of leadership that we need in our country at this time. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Secondly, before I yield the mic to the questions, I appreciate you talking about camaraderie, working together, and within the ADC. But please also kindly let them understand that it doesn't help that cause when the talking heads of ADC go on national TV to almost sound like they are undermining another candidate or another member of the party. I am not going to mention any name specifically, but I believe everyone knows what I'm talking about. So it does not help in the spirit of working together that we have talking heads who go on national TV, and when they ask them questions about you, about your candidacy, about your decisions, and then the next thing is they take that as an opportunity to lampoon, to just say things that sort of tacitly undermine.
Let me cut it short.
Yes, sir.
Let me cut it short.
Please.
Of
course.
Those things don't bother me. Peter Obi is a small person when it comes to the millions of Nigerians that are suffering. And I can tell you, some of those who talk actually have people around them that suffered more than people around me. I have nothing, absolutely nothing to gain in this exercise.
I'm tired already.
Other than to help to build a better Nigeria.
Okay.
I've said it, and I'm happy those who know me can say it. Getting into politics made me a poorer person. To those who know my business, I've shown it all over the world. And any of you...
I don't like when Peter Obi goes this route, that going into politics makes him poorer. And Donald Trump also tries to play that card. I mean, dude, you're a power broker in Nigeria, either people like it or not. You're very much in charge. You're having invites to talk all across the world, from Indonesia to different places. They've even accused you of running like a shadow government at times. So again, when you come with like you've made losses in business, I mean, you've gotten so much social capital, bro. Let's not start to think like, oh, this thing is all losses. You've gotten some level of power. The way people treat you, the way people refer you. Some people adore you. You've just hit the nail on the head. And the constitution is very flawed. I mean, I don't know. And our National Assembly, they're not even helping matters. But again, let's just go. Who meets
me, I carry myself in my bag. If you meet me anywhere, ask me, Peter, show me a proof who you were before. And that proof is there. I was chairman of a bank in my 30, 40 for my own investment. Not that there's somebody appointed me. All those banks that said I served, 3 of them, I was a major shareholder by my own investment. One of the agencies here invited me and I told him, I showed him the cash how I bought my house in the UK. I bought my first house in 1987. And I showed him where I live, that I bought it in 1996. And I showed him the check I used to pay for it. And how much it cost them. So, for me, I have nothing to lose. I have nobody to impress. I'm not in this business so I can be able to build a house in Abuja. Bala is a governor today. You can tell you that in front of him, he was told to give me land in Abuja.
There we go again. If France is tax collector in Nigeria, then we can bring New Zealand or Japan or better countries to conduct our elections, not collecting taxes from Nigeria. Yeah, not only just collecting. I mean, I still don't understand how these guys are bringing in France to do one or two things for tax collection. That is even a slap. Now, France is collecting our tax. US is bombing our terrorists. Then why do we even have a government? Why do we even have a government? I was still collecting money from US also, though.
I said, I'm not looking for land. I don't believe in people owning houses all over the place. I said it without number. The only house P2B own that is his own is in Onitsha. If anybody sees any house anywhere belonging to P2B, you confiscate it.
Okay.
I live in Onitsha. That's where I am now. And if you come to that Onitsha, for those who have been there, they will see where I live. That is a big house built by my dear wife. But where I live is just a 1-bedroom apartment beside the house. That's where my things are. That's where I live. And I'm comfortable in it. If I finish this thing with you now, I go and make my tea, my night tea, drink and sleep. And I wake up tomorrow, 5 a.m., do my sports, clean my place, and go away. It is people. So when I see people talking in TV, calling you name, calling you this, doing this, I've lived their life. Most of them will never leave.
Mm.
I want us to build a country. I want in the next 20, 30 years, somebody says, I'm a Nigerian. By then, I might not be there. But somebody says, I want my children to say, I'm a Nigerian, and I'm happy to be a Nigerian. I want people to go to Medugri, where I used to go as a bank director, chairman, to have this thing. I want us to go to board meeting in Jos and go to Hilltop and have a seminar where we go for a treat. We don't go to Jos again. I want to go to Kanu and say I'm visiting my customers. We are visiting their customers in Sharadan 1, Sharadan 2, or Bompai. I want people to go to Kaduna Trade Fair and book it for 2 years and try to get accommodation where that is important. These are things I want to see in Nigeria.
Yep.
When we are going to Benin, not thinking, how am I going to cross to Benin? I used to drive all over this country. People don't do it now. It is impossible.
That's
That's what should consign us. Not what people are saying in TV. Those people who are saying, what have they done in their life?
Yeah, fair enough.
I have proved that these things can be done and done well. I've said it and I challenge anybody. Show me, even in church, where a thief has seen what he will steal and not take it. Why didn't any other person leave $1? I left $150 million. I didn't say 1 million, $150 million. If that money is there with interest, it was yielding, by now it would have yielded certain amount of people won't believe.
Is this live? Yeah, it's a recorded X space that was done earlier yesterday, I believe. I pray we have a scenario where APC loses presidential election but insists on holding on to power at all costs, and ADC insists on claiming their mandate. I want to see what will happen. I think if they lose, I mean, if the election is done and they lose, that's it. It's over for them. They've got to leave that place. At least Jonathan has shown everyone that when you lose, you take your losses and you move on. And if anything, that's one thing that, they hold Jonathan in high esteem for. Even though you might not like the way he ran his presidency, but you cannot deny the fact that, number one, he was the one that started talking about electoral reforms and started doing something about that. Number two, again, when he lost, he just left the scene.
One of the banks that gave $50 million was Diamond Bank, where Lexotti used to be. I has wrote about it. Why didn't other people? And I was number 26 or 27 in rank of receiving money. So let me not be arguing with people who have not shown anything and all that. I'm not done. If you call Peter Obi or call Peter Obi, it's not my business. If calling me idiot will make Nigeria better, please change my name to Peter Idiot. Let Nigeria be good. What is important? Let's change the country. Let it work. If you don't be fool, if you're going to change me to become Peter Fool, and it will be all right, I'll change it tomorrow. I go to court and answer Peter Fool. But let the country work. These are things they are using to divide us. I want to see Nigeria work as Nigerians. I worked with people from all over this country. None of you have said I've treated him differently because it's another part of the country. Never. I've never done so. I go to the north, I sit down with Almajiri children because they are children of Nigeria. Mm-hmm. I come to the south, I sit down with children of the poor because they are Nigerians. I go to everywhere, I relate to everybody. I told you when I went to look for an ADC, I asked an IG of this country, I want you to give me a very good ADC. He told me, say, the boy I will give you that is good is a Muslim. You a Christian, you want somebody from your place. And now that I say, IG, I want you to give me a very good person to work with. I didn't come here ask you that I'm looking for a pastor. He gave me a very sound, good person from Kano. Yeah. We work together. Till today, we are brothers. Today, we are brothers. We still talk. If I need anything, I will tell him. If he wants something, he will call me. I met such people in the bank. I met them everywhere. And I still work with them. I still work with them as a family. So when people now come and tell me, oh, Peter, you want this. Oh, Peter, this. These are people who live off the division. Okay. I've never spoken. If any of you will ever say, I've spoken to him and talked about the state or the greatery or tried to show I'm from this place, and let me know. It has never happened. Unfortunately, because of who I am, not being experienced in politics of division, politics of sabotage, politics of blackmail, they blackmail you. They talk about anything, they will do this. But go and look at the record of all those people. They have never worked with anybody or done anything without dealing with their own people.
Yeah, I can see that the situation in Nigeria generally angers him. He's a good man. It is clear that Nigerian situation deeply frustrates him, and he's a good man. It will be good if he becomes president, but if not, Nigeria is in serious trouble. Again, we'll see. We see the Northerners are very honorable. Puyo is a leader with a conscience. I think he's a good person. A leader without conscience is a tyrant. Our politicians have no conscience, and Nigeria can't progress with politicians who is a tyrant. You can. Okay. All right. Let's just continue.
But I have proof. And that proof I'm showing you that as governor, my ADC is from Kano. That proof I can show you that as a banker,
yeah, I got that.
people who were around me were Kano, Kaduna, all these places,
reporting to APC,
Kogi, and all that. That I can prove that my wife is from Akwa Ibom. That I can go on and on. But people who are doing the other way around are the ones who are giving you excuse.
Yeah, fair enough. You can't take a cutlass to a gunfight. Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
All right. Okay, go ahead, Shay.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. And appreciate the fact. And it's a breath of fresh air to hear the submissions from you. We'll just try to get some people in. I know that's your time, you're pressed for time, but permit us because it's once in a while that we are blessed with this opportunity, and a lot of people here, their year will be made if they have this opportunity. So let's go with guns ablaze. That is Biloc. You go first. I'll just pick the queue. Just 1 minute after you, Biloc, I will bring in Inem, and after Inem, I'll bring in Honorable Prince, and after Honorable Prince, I will bring in Koladi. Let's go in that order.
Thank you very much, host Tudo and Revolutionary. I don't know the rest of the word. And thank you, His Excellency, Mr. Peter Obi, and everyone in the speaker session and the listeners. You know, we already, most of us, majority of us have faith in your capacity to do what only you know how to do. And we know you have a team around you, right? So a lot of the things that you're sharing with us, we already know, we believe in your capacity. My question to you is, you know, I haven't heard any question about insecurity, for instance, because it has worsened over time since the last election.
True.
I would like to hear your thoughts on that. And also, what will be your posturing coming into the let's say you become a candidate for presidency, because you haven't actually decided if you're one or not. You're coming in as a candidate in 2027. What would be your posturing? Understanding that the people that are currently in the government right now are not, for lack of better words, and not trying to be disrespectful, they're not easy to deal with. So this is my question to you, because we already know what your capacity is and what you are capable of doing. We believe in that. Thank you very much, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thanks for the subs.
Your Excellency, so what we want to do is to take the four questions back.
Please, I'll be happy if you keep the questions for me, because at times,
okay,
back of the question.
Okay, I understand. So we'll just keep track of them. So that was the first one. We'll take 3 more, and then so that way you can tackle all of them at once. So Inem, please go ahead after you, Kolade. I think he had mentioned, was it Chris you mentioned? Sheikh, please help me. I think you mentioned one more person. But anyway, Inem, welcome. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, the Obedient Updates. Thank you, Tudo, and thank you, the Revolutionary EU. Thank you, His Excellency, Mr. Peter Obi. I'm grateful for this opportunity to ask this question. I go straight to my question. I want to ask, as we approach 2026, what is your advice on the proposed tax bill affecting Nigerians most vulnerable? Could this be another measure that makes life harder for everyday Nigerians? In a truly accountable government, how should taxes function to strengthen the economy? Sir, give us 5 key tenets for us to abide with in view of nation building as obedient and well-meaning Nigerians. I appreciate your continued role as a beacon of hope. Personally, I thank you. Thank you, sir, and God bless you with perfect health as always. I yield.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Kolade, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. And I greet everyone. Thank you, Your Excellency, sir. So straight to the question. Knowing fully well that you gave millions of Nigeria your word, and I can quote dates, June 30th, you said to the whole world that come 2027, you will be on the ballot. And you repeated this multiple times thereafter. Should we still hold on to this word, or we should, discard it? That's my question.
All right. And then we'll take just one more. I believe Chris was the person that he had mentioned. So let's take Chris. Chris, are you there? Chris. All right, Chris is not there. Let's take
Oh, Dodo, I'm
Prinzella.
here. I'm here. I was just far away from
Okay.
my phone, and I wasn't sure it was
All
me,
right.
but I'll take it. I'll take it. Um.
All right, go right ahead.
All right. Thanks, mate. Hello, everybody. Hello, His Excellency. And good to have you here again. So I'll try and be fast. In 2023, right? Um, I like millions of other Nigerians. I'm sure we decided to give the presidency a shot through your candidacy, and that was because your resume was out of this world, right? And for most of us, we will not allow our 80-year-old parents, take the wheels while we sit in the passenger seat, right? That on the side. And a few months ago, you told us that you would only be part of a coalition that is for the people. Given by what you've said so far today, are you telling us, in other words, that the coalition is not truly for the people, or are you, like most ordinary
Come again.
Nigerians,
Come again. Say that will be truly come again.
Yeah. So this is my question. From all you've said today, a few months ago you told us that you would only be part of a coalition if that coalition is truly for the people. That was what you said, in other words. So my question is, going by what you said so far today, are you, in other words, telling us that the coalition as it is in its current setup, are you saying, in other words, that the coalition is now for the people? Or, like me, and I'm sure like numerous other Nigerians, are you concerned that we still have people in this coalition who are for their own interest and their interest alone?
Mm.
Because, sir, I know you are busy with other things. You might not spend the amount of time that we spend here on this TL, the amount or the barrage of I'm trying to look for the best of trying to be modest here. Um Maybe I could dare say insults. I know you don't care what people call you. You don't care if people call you names. And people who know me here know I don't mince words. Someone like Amici was on the space throwing shots at you, sir. And we
I
were
think he
here
has
on this
addressed that,
space,
right? He
on
has
this
addressed
street,
that.
cleaning up, mopping up. Sir, are you like me concerned that the coalition, right, could still be made up of people who are for their own interest alone and not for the Nigerian people? In other words, are we walking into a trap? Sir, that is my question. Thank you.
Yeah, fair point. Is it porting to ADC? Yeah, it's porting. Please, Mr. Obi, look for another part. It's important because ADC will choose Atiku instead of him. Those guys want to use him, trust me. Yeah, Hood Boy is in the chat right now. Yeah, thank you. Okay, no problem. Even Olo said, just give it a try. I wonder how a normal man thinks. Okay, let's just go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much. I think that last. So let's just rehash all the questions, Your Excellency. I think that last question ties to the first one. Integrity, your integrity, we all know, and then those that you're working with in the coalition, the insecurity in the
Let me
country,
let me
and
go back again. Since you
okay,
two of them time.
Okay.
coalition.
Yes, sir.
Please say it again. I will only be part.
Oh, so okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I think we're having a little. Go ahead. We can hear you.
Part of a coalition or a government that will serve the people and change the narrative of Nigeria. And I pray for it because I'm not God. God, do not allow me to be part of those who want power for the sake of power or for their own interests. When I started in Anambra State, Victor May is a witness to this. And I said to people, if I'm here for myself, or I do anything wrong, or I take Anambra State money I'm not entitled to, that God should punish me. People say, oh, what is this talking? Leave it. When he goes now, you see everything I stolen. When I said to people, any day you see me take Anambra State land, they say, oh, guy, you are just 3 months. That's what people say in 3 months. When you go now, everybody will see all the land allocated to you. I started and completed 3 estates. One was in vogue when I came. There's an estate that was started before I came in called Ngozika. They have Ngozika phase 2. I think they have phase 3 now or what. And so many other estates. Go ask developers. Is there anything, any land that P2B has in them? My commissioner for land is a senior advocate of Nigeria today. He gave me a beautiful piece of land, which was 2,400 square meters. Within the first 1 year, let me call 1 year because I think it's within 6 months of being governor, my head of service, Ngozi Melifonwu, I'm calling name, brought a civil servant who was retired as a director and said he wants me to greet her and say thank you to her. Now this is the best civil servant ever produced by this state. And she's retiring today. It was a coincidence. The commissioner had just come to me in the morning, showed me this land. By afternoon, head of service brought this woman to tell me this story. When the woman walked in, I greeted her. I said, Madam, you're retiring. Thank you for your great work. Thank you for the appreciation. Where are you going to go now? He said she's going to go to her village. I said, you don't have a house in Oka. You don't have land in Oka. He said, where are you going to get this? I called the commissioner. He came. I said, Commissioner, see the woman that is entitled to land. Please, can you take down my land and give this woman? So we can build the country. This woman has worked for 35 years. He doesn't have land. And you're giving somebody who is less than 1 year. I can call names of everybody involved. The commissioner is there. He might even be listening to me. That's how that land was divided into 2. One given to her, one given to another civil servant. So it's not something you go back to. My brother and sisters, I want us to build a country. Leave the abuse. If you see anybody who abused Peter, it will show you hatred, show them love. Let's have unity in this country. If they call you bad name, call them good name. It is not going to kill you. I meet people who insult me every day. Just tell them you're sorry. Don't abuse them back. Yes, you don't get anything from abusing them back. That's the life they know. Show them that you know another type of life. Don't abuse them back. Don't do anything to them. That's all I can tell you. There's a man, there's somebody who worked for Lagos state government, for Fasholas government.
When Peter Obi says he believes in one united, just believe him because he knows that most Igbos in business needs continental Nigeria for their business is one of them. That's another point of looking at it though. I didn't even think about it that way. So you're looking at it from the economic standpoint of view.
She might be listening to what I'm saying now, or can use it as an example. She works with a law firm. We are coming back on British Airways years back. I'm a serving governor.
Mm-hmm.
The entire toilet was messed up. She opened that toilet to use it. It was messed up. She walked away. I went in there and she came back. The entire place was cleaned. She didn't even tell me. But he told a minister and told somebody else where she works in the office. Said, I can't believe this. The people called me and said, I cleaned it because maybe I'll be the next person that will go back there to use it. When you see things that are wrong, clean it.
Mm.
People have come to my house, see me every day. I don't live without help. Everybody knows. I clean my house. It doesn't cost you anything. Let us stop all this fake life that is ruining the country, where people think if somebody says you're an idiot, he has broken your head. I've told you my life and everything, and I'm open to it. There's nothing that you cannot do. You know, it is important. Let us live a life where we care for each other. Don't look at what people call you. Don't fake yourself. Don't pretend. What I'm doing today is not pretense. I said it before. Before I became governor, go and ask them in the bank. I was.
Peter Obi has to know that becoming president is not a walk in the park. Insecurity is a bigger problem. I mean, whoever wants to be the president of Nigeria, to me, I would just believe that you just need to understand that it's a different terrain once you get in there. It's a different terrain.
I was going around wherever there's a problem, I will go there. I was traveling all over the world where there's crisis, joining Red Cross, joining everybody. When I was governor, I said it. I went to Jonathan and said, they have earthquake in Haiti. Go ask Nigerian ambassador to the Caribbean. Then he saw me arrive there with my son. My son had been teaching in Sri Lanka, in Cambodia, in different places. He saw me arrive Haiti with my son, coming to help them. We lived in the camp with everybody. Nigerian police people who were there then saw me in the same camp, and I was a serving governor. And the camp was an open place where everybody was sleeping in ball. So these things are not things you fake. They are not things you change.
Yep.
I see some people who now change, they carry their bag and do it. They can't do it consistent because it's not their life. They can't live it.
Again, carrying your bag, I mean, and that has nothing to do with politics, to be honest with you. I mean, again, I don't know.
I was 50 when I was governor. At the end of my governorship, people came and everything, and I've proved this over and over and over again. So it's not a question of ABCD. Peter didn't do this or Peter did this. No. I'm not trying to learn any today. I'm saying, I've talked to you about my university days. I can tell you about my secondary school days in CKC. After I tell you anything, I told you my joy today. I want to celebrate someone who has built a farm that is celebrated. I want to honor a family of a man who died doing this. I want a traditional who is 100 years, who are top value. I want to see my principal. That was where I ended my day, apart from one other two issues. In fact, today, I want to celebrate 3 persons that were 90 years and one that was 100. And one that, all those things that I did, there was no impact in terms of this.
Wow.
I would have gone to where people were eating choice fish, drinking choice wine, and everything, which I have the opportunity. But I didn't go there. I don't call it.
That's our president voted for before they stole our money. The same criminal who said they are fighting bandits. Meanwhile, they are the core bandits.
Anybody name. You see people who said Peter is a non-entity. Peter is a non-starter. Peter is not qualified to be president. Peter is deceiving people. Okay. Don't call them name. That's not what where we are. Just pray for them. Pray for the society.
I think you need to take the fight to them.
All right. Thank you so very much, Your Excellency. We appreciate you. And we are also mindful as we do this of your time.
Somebody talks about that issue. Let me say it again.
I was going to bring that to your attention. So the last two, sir, real quick. The taxes and you pledging.
Follow me. No Nigerian have talked about tax the way I've talked about it. Go and read my tweets from 2023 to today. Tax is a function of productivity. The more productive you are,
fair enough,
the more you create opportunities. The more productive you are, the more you create opportunities in terms of corporation tax, in terms of individual tax. Supported savings, you generate tax. It's a simple thing. You cannot tax poverty. You worsen it. You have people who over 130 million people living in poverty. You have 80 million young people looking for a job. They cannot pay you tax. Tax is like a bank account. You have to put something before you do withdrawal. Those people must first create opportunity for them. You must support them to thrive. Then you can tax them. Any attempt to do it the other way around, you're throwing more and more people and corporations into poverty. It's not something I can elaborate to you this night. Somebody talking about issue of being in ballot. Let me say it again. Peter Obi will be in ballot in 2027.
Yeah, in what form?
But remember what I said. I need your support. I need your prayers.
Okay, currently is the best in Nigeria, if not Africa, like all round. Personal life, business life, political life, intellectual wise, hard work, courage, and competence, says Medney. Yeah, let's just go on.
I'm not going to be there by you quarreling with people. I'm not going to be there by you calling people name. If you know any day I did space, anywhere you see me doing interview and calling people name, please correct me. I'm ready to take it and correct it back. I've never called anybody name. I've never given an example that is false. Ask people around me. When you write, when you call this and I say, are you sure? I have never one day called anybody. I'm not saying maybe I did by mistake. So if you see it, correct me. You never see me come here. I come on this space and say, I am the best candidate. And I said to you, go and ask our background, ask about anything. I believe in competition. Let's evaluate who we are, what was done in our life, private, public, everything. And everything I do, I've proven it. In all my trading days, locally and internationally, I've never defaulted from my suppliers' credit. I have never defaulted from bank credit. At the time I was trading, I was one of the highest debtors, borrowers from banks. I was getting credit everywhere. I was a creditor. I can show you how much credit banks in the UK were giving me, suppliers were giving me. I can call all those companies from Heinz to Speakland, Bichan, to everyone. None of them have I defaulted in their credits.
Yeah, that's a good one.
No individual will ever say I've taken his money. I did not pay him. Or we agreed in something and I came back the next day and changed it. Without agreement, without anything. People I spoke to yesterday and promised something. If I can't do it, I plead with them. If I take money from somebody, if I cannot, I tell the person with politeness, kindness, and plead. This thing I said I'll bring on Monday, please, I'll bring it on Tuesday. Nobody will ever say, Peter B, I've taken his thing, I did not bring it back. Nobody have said Peter B has stolen his thing. Anybody who is telling you, maybe it's in a dream. I have not. I don't live a complicated life. Anything I tell you is the way it is. I might have made a mistake somewhere because I'm a human being.
Okay.
But I've been consistent as much as I can. Everybody knows who I am. I'm married, I have 2 kids. I don't have any other one. And I can say it, and I live my life. I can tell you the cost of my living on a daily basis.
Okay. I guess at this point in time also it did go off. Let me see. Oh, that's it. Let me see this. 239.27. Let me just see if I can close that and then I'll try that again and see where things are. Oh God, here, Grok. Sorry about that. It just stopped. 239.27. I'm gonna move it to 39. Yeah.
As much as I can. Everybody knows who I am. I'm married, I have 2 kids. I don't have any other one.
Okay, good to know.
And I can say it, and I live my life. I can tell you the cost of my living on a daily basis. But I can tell you schools where I will go in the next 1 month. I can tell you where I visited, traveled, passed all the bad roads, including today. Somebody said to me, we cannot pass through this road. I said, why? He said it's bad. I said, that's why I want to pass through it. So I'll see how bad it is.
All right. Your Excellency, quick follow up. And let's just give something for the headlines tomorrow morning. You are going to be on the ballot come 2027. Is it safe to assume as the presidential candidate?
My dear, I don't know why you people talk this thing. Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Do you know me in 2018 or 19?
Yeah, fair
I asked
question.
you a question. Do you know me in 2018 or 19?
I have heard about you, but not to the extent that I do
Okay,
now, sir.
okay, let me ask you a question. So I'm flying to all over the world to learn how they govern in order to be vice. You know, when people go this in, I'm not to God. I'm going all over the world. I said Ibrahim followed me with Dr. Mo to Indonesia, and I spent 1 week or 10 days, even going outside Jakarta to go and see the president.
Hmm.
Do you visit president to learn how to be vice? My brother, good night. Let us not. I said, I'm not to God. I might not even be alive in 2027. Are you aware? The best, the runner, the best, one of the best candidates in Brazil died in a chopper. He died in a copter flying around. I'm happy to God that I'm alive.
Okay.
If I tell you the things that I counter, you will not believe it. Every single day. Do you know how many times I want to travel out of this country and I'm not allowed to travel? So please, let us go without the same Nigerian easiness. Nigerians don't want to work. They just assume P2B is contesting for the office of the president. I am not God. God knows tomorrow. And that's all I can say. God knows tomorrow. And I'm doing so in the most decent manner. And I said yesterday, I said tomorrow, I am most qualified. And I committed to it.
What is
And
this
I
man
tell
saying,
anybody,
Seth?
I will change this country.
Yeah, it's a next space, and this is okay. When we stop blaming people for your decisions, let's just
Because I've seen the experience.
okay.
I studied it. I followed it. And you will see it in days to come.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
That's how I work. I have the capacity, have the competence, the compassion and commitment to do the right thing. And I've done it somewhere. Anybody can. So it's not for me to get up every morning where people say, oh, he did not build school. Oh, he did not he did not, in fact, he was useless. He did not, this thing.
No, but he did not build school scenario. I mean, you came out to say, yeah, you agree that you did not build school, but that you renovated existing school. Again, you know, when you're in politics, you know, your opposition, you know, your opponent will always come in to say bad stuff about you. That's just the way politics is. And the good thing is that it's better for you to have a good response whenever that happens.
He didn't build school. He didn't build hospital. He didn't build this. My brother, I live in Onitsha. In the state where I governed, I don't have a house outside the state I governed. And I go out in the street. I've challenged anybody, come and see me go out in the street here. And see women selling bread, telling, Oga Peter, take bread free. You're a good man. See Baba, come to my house. Bob my eye, say, Oga, you won't pay. Oh. How can you pay? You are working for us. It's me who will be begging, no, take your money. I want you to do this. People are giving you things everywhere. I went to supermarket 3 days ago. You must have seen it in social media. 3 people offered to pay for my reason. We were arguing. 3 people. This one said, no, I will pay. This one, I said, please, I'm going to pay. They said, okay, if we don't pay here, it shows you don't like us. And I'm no longer in office, so over 10 years after leaving office.
Okay.
People buy me diesel. People say, come and take diesel. I go to a filling station and say, we don't have anything in our generator. With this, somebody say, no, Peter. Anytime you want diesel, come here and take it free. I can go.
Toby doesn't know that his presidency will bring down the Sokoto Caliphate and the Fulani hegemony. In Nigeria, they don't care about democracy or good governance that may come with it. And I said,
On and on. I can go on and on. I've come to the airport to do this flight. My flight is gone. And they say, oh, it will cost this more. Somebody said, I bought the ticket. Please go. On and on. People say, oh, hey, Peter, how can you be traveling this class to London? Let me upgrade you. I'm going to pay. I say, okay, I beg. This plane will land. All of us will come out of it. Let's just go. Go to your school. Do this, do this, do this, do this, and everything. Use it to do this in your place. Please. Just go to a school in your place. Use this difference to pay for this. You've done it for me.
wow.
So when nobody come, when you start talking the other one, you're asking me, it's something I told you, Nigerians have learned that arrogancy, bad behavior, has become a measure of success. So if I come out and said, oh, if it was me that, if it's me who had the Peter Ob's vote in 2003, I'll scatter the place. Abba, why would you scatter it? Because somebody did something wrong. No. Oh, if I was this thing, oh, I had the capacity to kill everybody in the country. Oh, I have this. No, that's not what we are looking for.
Fair enough.
We are looking for the competence to listen to that young person who is crying. Study his need and do it properly.
Okay.
The people I've studied all over the world, I've met all over the world. Whenever I do, I guess people who have traveled with me see me go to places and listen to what they were able to do. Tanko traveled with me to Rwanda.
Wow.
He saw me meet people in Rwanda. He's on this space. He saw me meet president in Rwanda. Saw me meet this. I didn't go there quarterly. I went there to learn. Everywhere I've been, I went to learn. When I went to Egypt, they started calling me name. Later, they sent people to Egypt. I wasn't sending anybody. I go there and took copious notes. Why did this country do this? Why did this country do this? Why was this happening? That's what makes a leader. I've been to schools. All these things I'm learning. One thing I can tell you is that unless as a country we have what is called unity, love of each other, and work hard for a better Nigeria for everybody, we will all be consumed in our hatred, in our arrogance, in our rascality, in bad behavior. We are normalizing the wrong things. We must stop it.
Okay.
I wish people.
Okay. Islam doesn't like innovation, good education, democracy. So whoever is offering it as a president is a target for elimination, especially if the person is a Christian. Again, I think one of the places where Peter Obi need to, and I don't know, if that would work, is him being able to actually have that core North vote where you don't even have Christians, dominant in that area. I don't know if that's a place that is actually looking to. Like, I understand that the sentiment is there, and that's why I say you still have the echoes of ethnicity, tribalism, and also religion that impacts how people vote. Unfortunately, that's the reality.
Your Excellency, I must actually thank you for being here with us at this time. But if it's something, this is Christmas, like I said, and so many people, this would be like their Christmas gift to just say a thing in the space where His Excellency is. If you still have a little more time, we could just take people like blanket up to 10 persons, and then they make it really short, and you just, chip in what you have to chip in, and then we begin to round off for the night. I don't know if it's something that is possible, sir.
Because people are where nobody can still travel. Me, I still have to drive for this night for another, how long are we? For another 1 hour somewhere. Okay, no, gone. Gone,
Okay.
we'll drive. We'll go there.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate. So if you come up on the speaker session, please just 30 seconds is enough. Just say what you have to say so that we would begin to round off for the night. It's been a really wonderful time with His Excellency out here. So I'm just gonna start with Ogaranya, and after Ogaranya, Ijoma, after Ijoma, Abola, then we take Dr. Ken Pella.
Okay.
Please, let's just make it really, really short. Thank you.
Let's go. Ben.
Excellency, we see all you've been doing, and I want to go quickly back to what happened in the last election in Anambra State.
People keep asking
you
about the last
supported George
election.
Mogalu, whom we all worked towards his election. You also supported the ADC candidate in the by-election for Onitsha. However, we all know the outcome of those elections and the performance of both parties in those elections. Now, it's obvious now you're in ADC. You've confirmed that. So I want to ask, Your Excellency, this is your home state. How do you intend to improve the electoral fortunes of the ADC in Anambra State? Because we believe that, I believe.
Let's not waste time on this issue. I'll be on the ballot. When I'm on the ballot, different thing.
No, I don't like that answer, though.
And see me do the campaign.
I don't like that answer that I wasn't on the ballot. I understand that there is a plausible reason, but I don't like that answer of I'm just not on the ballot. Anytime I'm not on the ballot, the party goes down. Anytime I am on the ballot, things goes up. You need to build something. I say this because good governance will threaten the Islamic agenda in Nigeria. The Islamic prefer, the extremists, right? To drive while they carry on their agenda. So you have to follow up the next election. Do everything to make sure there's no rigging of the elections. Okay.
Where campaigns are done. All those campaigns were not done the way I do campaigns.
You see, they failed because they didn't do stuff the way I usually do it. But these were Labour Party people. These were your members. These were your foot soldiers.
Okay. Thank you, Excellency.
If you live in Anambra State and know me, if you have followed me for campaign, you wouldn't even ask that question.
Your Excellency, I've been with you since your first election.
Yes, then what you should have known me. I do things with thorough. If you were with me in the first election, I was the first candidate in this state to visit every single community, 180 of them. And as governor, I visited every single community at least 3 times. Remember, my wife visits every single community every year. And I slept in to the 21 local government. Have you ever had governors sleeping in their local government? I went to every local government. In Aya Melum is our father's local government. I went there and slept. I slept in somebody's house. Every local government. In Aya Melum, I slept in Polo Denibo's house. In Obaru, I'm telling you the father's government. I slept in, let me remember the name, the man I slept in his house in Obaru. I go to people's house and sleep. Which governor did it? When I want to do my own thing, I don't campaign. When I support somebody, I support the person as the person wish. When it's me, I do it the way I think it has to be done and done well.
That is the problem with the Labour Party. I'm happy he just decided to say this out loud. And I kind of understand where he's coming from. Assuming it's possible to have the southern Nigeria as a country, and we have a good leader like Obi, then I'll be optimistic and happy that any good policy he brings will be effective after all. Unfortunately, that's not the reality that we live in. I guess that. High choice. Again, this is the problem. This is a singular problem that Obi needs to work on. And I kind of understand where he's coming from. To be honest with you, there are some people that are very, very good when it comes to doing stuff. If you are the one handling the task, you're going to go above and beyond to get results. But unfortunately, I have a friend of mine that usually says that, you know what, if you go alone, you will go very fast. But if you go with people, you will go very far. Obi needs to learn how to engage all these people with passion, people with energy, people with skills, and all of that. You are no longer running a one-man show. You're not running an election for a state. You're running an election for the whole country. For someone to ask you, they've seen subsequent elections, the by-elections, the state elections, and all of that. LP has not performed very well. And Peter Obi's response is, I wasn't on the ballot. Oh, it wasn't me doing my thing. If they're doing their thing, then they should know how to do it well. I would do my thing, I would do it well. No. At this point in time, there were other reports during 2023 that immediately the presidential election was over, that all those other state races that Peter Obi just didn't really put so much effort into it. In fact, there's a guy that was the LP candidate for your state. Possibly, maybe it wasn't really prone to win, but the guy was lamenting that he just needed Peter Obi to just come and just stand with him. And they couldn't get a Peter Obi to come and stand with him. Imagine if he had gone to Ibadan, stood with the guy, even if the guy had not won. These are the people that in the future will be like going above and beyond. Like, how high do you want me to jump? So he needs to work on that. It is very, very important. Very, very important. What has it done for Anambra State for 8 years as a governor that they can still benefit from it today? I can mention many governors that have done something for their state that they are still benefiting. Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of back and forth on that one. He needs to learn how to work with other people. And I'm telling you, people would drag. People would want to hold you back. People would want to do things the way, you don't want it done. Part of leadership is you being able to stand and take your stand and all of that. There's also there's been a lot of argument with his 8-year record and all that. He did address some of that during this show.
So you must differentiate the two of them. It's like, I support people's business, but I can tell you today, I'm a trader. I trade very well and I make profit because I do it the way it's supposed to be done. That's how I work. It's two different things. Even Victor May will tell you that. So you can ask Victor May what is happening. He will tell you. So it is important. What I'm doing now is that we are rethinking and redefining Nigeria. That should be a top priority. Leave these things. What we are doing is, let's rethink. Let's unify Nigeria and make it work. It's about Nigeria. And you know what I always say? Let us forget yesterday.
But we have
if
to
I
learn
am
from
going to
yesterday,
improve fortunes, allow, you see, we're going to questions about what should be. You see me, I'm not a lazy man. I've never worked in a lazy environment. Everything I've done, when I was governor, Do you know what it means for governor to visit 500 and something secondary schools and over nearly 1,000 primary schools physically? Do you ever hear I send somebody to any secondary school? I visited them. And the sitting governor who has done that. Is it for somebody to start saying what he did? I visited them physically. The young girls and boys saw me there. If you meet them today, say, you came to our school when I was there. You came to our school when I was there. So when I do my own things, I do it on my own terms. When I ran the last campaign, I was everywhere. If you go to a place like Edo, I was in Uromi. I was in where with them. Then everywhere I did not go. I went to Southern Boronu. I went to Southern Gombe. Nobody have ever gone to campaign in all these places. I was.
His Excellency Peter Obi can be and will be president for our country, sir. Follow up the election and ensure they don't rig the election. Okay, fair enough. How can you be dragging Obi for not going to stand with the candidate in Oyo? Does Tinubu or Atiku do that? No, I'm actually telling you the report that the guy is a Labour Party candidate. He was saying that this is what is happening in his party. So I'm not either supportive or not supportive of the guy in Oyo State. But what I've said is this from Obi's comment with respect to how elections following 2023, the major boom that Labour Party had, they were not able to sustain to other election and subsequent elections. And what he said was that, well, I wasn't on the ballot. Every other person would do whatever they want. I cannot force you to do that. Again, I feel that that's not kind of a team spirit. And if that's the attitude, then I'm saying even after you win, if you win in 2027, then what happens to the party? The party is a very, very strong, formation in Nigerian politics. And you cannot just deny that.
Everywhere. People have never dared go before. To campaign, IDP camps, everything. So when you want to do, you compare me with me. Don't start telling me, oh, you, do you know how many people are supported for business who ate their capital? There's so many people have supported for business. They failed within 1 year. Even giving them the money to support their business, if they go and take their capital and follow woman, will I go and say they've done this thing? They get their capital. So many people have supported for business failed. But that doesn't mean you will not say, oh, Peter, because of it, you failed. I didn't fail. I've given people money to go and do business. They marry second or third wife.
Yeah, again, we can always, agree to disagree. Let's not just, fight over that. Even if Obi wins, they won't make him president. We may never have a president like Peter Obi because most times the good guy does not normally win election. Unfortunately, the old system, right, is kind of cooked. I remember Tude Bakare during the 2023 elections in the APC primaries, the guy got 0 votes, no delegates voted for the guy. That's how bad I think they treat the good guys, unfortunately. Thanks for the follow, build.
People have children outside their homes. When we supporting them, I've not done that type of life. Will I go? Am I this thing? I'm not the manager of other people's fortune. And I'm not the God who created them, who said their own. Just like I told you here now, I cannot say God will. I supported and I still will do it tomorrow. ADC candidates. Today I advise somebody like Dr. Mo, do this. And the young man is doing a lot of hard work.
Yeah.
And I wish there is hard work.
Okay. Yeah, glitch again. Many politicians want to ride on Obi's hard work.
Whoever I support, and this is and everything. No. And okay, like the ADC person you talked. I didn't support that ADC woman. I only came to her place a day before the election. A day, one single day before the election. I met her on Friday, election was on, or Thursday, election was the next day. I wouldn't know who they've gone to see, what they've done, what they didn't do. And people say, oh, Peter Obi campaigned everywhere for her, and all that. And George, for example, went to 3 places. And I always tell people, I support George, I believe in him, but I am not George. It's George who is running that campaign. It's George that you have to hold responsible. It is not me. I did not go to more than 5 campaigns.
Again, that's where I don't. Okay, so maybe not his duty, but that's where the political party come into place, and that's where Peter Obi's influence also come into play. Many politicians wants to ride on Obi's hard work. He generally wants other candidates to do their own hard work. Yeah, I mean, many of them actually rode on his hard work in 2023. They got elected, fortunately for them, got to the House of Rep, got to possibly some other local state houses position. And again, what have they done? A lot of them have defected. That's just the governor that built all in my school has not visited my school for one day, but my school are benefiting the impact and the supply, and he supplied us computers, so it's not all about visiting. Do you mean Peter Obi should go and stand for campaign with a person with questionable character? Again, yeah, I mean, if he has a questionable character, then that's a fair point. He wouldn't. But again, I'm also saying that, I mean, one of the things that some of these parties do also is that they, one way or the other, try to also ensure that they put good candidates forward. So I don't know if, if that's something that LP or ADC is also going to be looking into. But I agree with you. Like, if that person is questionable, then maybe that's fair. For him not going. Hi, just for you, 1150.
Or 5 places with George. So when people say, they said, oh, this is this. No. As opposed to presidential candidates who did not go around the whole states of Nigeria, presidential candidate, for me as presidential candidate, went to state where I visited. In a particular state, I went to 7 places. In a particular state, 7 places, 7. That's how I want to run my own campaign. So when you now go and say, oh, how you're going to increase the fortunes of this place, leave it. Different thing. What we are saying now is, how do we rethink Nigeria? How do we reposition Nigeria? It has nothing to do with, if we do this and Tanko decides he can do it better and we can trust Tanko, let's vote Tanko. Peter is not desperate to be president of Nigeria. I'm desperate to see Nigeria work. But I keep saying, of all those that I know today, I am qualified.
Yeah.
I put it into context. I say it without anything. What we are looking for is those that will manage our resources, those that will save our money and use it for good. And I've proven it in private, in public, in corporations, everywhere. Don't think I started saving money. I was chairman of a bank. The bank wrote to me a letter. We are going to buy you this so and so vehicle. As chairman, I said no. I want to be your chairman. Go ask whether they bought me tire. My first year as governor, my first 4 years as governor of Anambra State, go ask anybody, you're from Anambra, did you see me buy Jeep? No.
Okay.
First 4 years I drove 406 because I needed to have vehicles for the judges of Anambra State. I needed to have vehicle for permanent secretaries in Anambra State. Nobody have ever bought permanent secretaries a vehicle when I bought vehicle for them. Nobody have ever bought directors in our civil service. Our magistrates never saw car. They were using Okada.
What? Ogbeni, you can only be president. Why would you say that of Monisha Main Market? You are not qualified to be. Why? Why do you say that? How do you describe the leadership quality of David Ubayi? That's the Minister of Works, right? Again, I mean, let's see.
For me to buy their vehicles, I use 406 with them. With them. So these are not sins. And there are things I'm telling you, I'm speaking to you from Anambra State. When you finish, I'm going to drive to about 30 kilometers or 40 to get to the village where I'm going. I'm not quarreling with it because I believe in it, because I live that type of life. So it's not fake.
Okay.
Okay. So,
okay.
Yeah. His Excellency.
That was a long one, bro.
We really appreciate the commitment to this task. And like you mentioned, you are not putting in all this effort. You are not going around the world learning from various institutions, from various presidents to be
It's a
advised.
replay of
And
space,
that is something that we all
They actually
know
asked
that
him.
on that ballot,
Yeah.
you will be there.
No, I'm not God. Oh. I'm not creating. Remember what I said? I said I'll be on the ballot. That everybody who goes to a competition goes there to win. But Nigerians wants to do it arrogantly. I mean, all these people we won in Morocco, didn't they come to win? Did Tunisia come to lose against us? They came to win. We came to win. But God knows who will win that day. And it's a competition. But Nigerians want to say, oh, it must be me, or call the other person's name. The Tunisia didn't insult by insulting Nigerians. Nigerians didn't insult. It's a 90-minute game. Let us go and walk. That's why they are talking about bullying. Bullying is because people, Nigerians like easy life. And then they'll come back and say, oh, it's Peter who wants easy life. I don't want easy life.
Okay.
I've never lived one. And I'll never live one tomorrow. I like work. Let us walk. If we walk and God says Peter will not be, I'm happy. Who among people who have contested the election have been able to do what I'm doing in the past 4 years, where you won an election, they deprived you, and yet you're going around preaching peace and hope.
Yeah. Again, I know the chat is getting heated right now. I think he has the right to contest. Yeah, that's it. Peter Obi is like a black American that has to work 2 times extra more than white counterpart just for them to prove they're qualified. We're all promoting him now. Rhetorics doesn't win election. As a governor, I did not build a single block of a new school. I think of a standalone hospital. Yeah, but he did build some things though. You know, again, he said his plan was to renovate the schools. Because that question came out. I don't want to repeat that, but the question came out that what did he do? Did he build new schools? He said, well, when it got to Anambra State, that he saw that a lot of the conditions of the school were bad, and his plan or what he wanted to do was to make sure that he could actually rebuild those and bring them to a good standard. How do you establish you won the election? Yeah, that's a good question. Well, that's a claim that is made. And yeah, that's it. Let's just finish
Without
up.
calling anybody name. When everybody's calling you name.
Okay.
I wish all of you the best of the new year. Let's continue in the new year.
Okay.
Thank you.
Unless you want
that.
Unless the one that somebody said, unless you want somebody who said,
how many schools did they meet in Anambra?
unless somebody was talking about people who he said that he wants somebody to make comment on this and that. So let's have one person make the final comment.
Okay, thank you so much, Your Excellency, for staying thus far with us. I really understand that
I
you
mean,
really
that
have
was his
to go
answer.
now.
You
So
know,
we're just taking the
with respect to
last
that.
person, and that will be all for the night. Abdullahi, if you have anything to say, just do it in 20 seconds. If not, I think the host should just wrap up the space because His Excellency really needs to be out right now.
Okay.
Abdullahi.
Yeah, good evening, Your Excellency. My input is simple and short. There were a lot of views or news that fly on board before the last election, as in during your tenure, some people were being asked to either go to their various states. I need a little clarity on that. That's one. Then two, and finally, I know you are not desperate, but your followers are deliberate, and we expect our leader to also be deliberate. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I like you, my brother. I like your statement. I'm deliberate, but not desperate. Desperation is a totally different language from deliberate. That's why I work hard. You know, I've said it before when people said my people were asked to go to their state. They even said I gave some people a ID card. I'm sure you heard that one as well.
Correct.
But let me ask you a question.
Yes,
In my
sir.
8 years, all my commissioners of police were from the north. I never had a police commissioner, to the best of my knowledge. When I started, I had a police commissioner, I think, from Imo State. Apart from that, when he left, one Mr. Oliver, for my 8 years in office, all my commissioners of police were from the north. In fact, always both of them. Everybody who came to be my commissioner ended up being minimum IG. Sorry, AIG, and they were from the north. 2 came from Kanu. One was from Taraba. The other one was from Adamawa. The Adamawa one, Lema, became DIG. Taraba, late John Haruna became this DIG. The one from Kanu became DIG. None of them were from South. My ODC, I told you at the beginning, is from Kanu. So how can they be there?
Yeah. Again, yeah, in terms of the school, I'm just trying to also just double confirm that because I know that he came out to talk about the schools and he did say that he actually wanted to rebuild the old ones. But again, I just did this. Okay, rebuilt old schools, but we know he built Anambra State University from beginning to the end. Yes, Peter B significantly developed the Igbariam campus of what was then Abia State University from Chukwu Emeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University during his tenure as governor of Anambra State. So the key fact on the campus, the university itself was established in 2000 under the governor Chinwoke Mbadeniju with initial campuses in Uli and Igbariam on the site of a former College of Agriculture. However, Igbariam site was largely undeveloped, essentially raw land when Obi took office. Under Obi's administration, the campus was fenced, internal road constructed, electrification provided, major buildings were erected, including Faculty of Law, Auditorium, Administrative Block, Faculty of Agriculture, Faculty of Management Science, Senate Building, and all. Obi himself stated in 2013 that he started the Igbariam campus from scratch. This development transformed Igbariam into a university permanent / main site, making it one of the largest universities. Again, on rebuilding old school. Yes, you are correct. Critics says Obi only rebuilt and renovated old school rather than building new ones. His response has been when he assumed the office, Anambra education system was in severe decline. His manifesto focused on revitalizing existing school, over 1,000 primary or secondary school, returned to mission/churches in 2009 to 2011 with billion in direct fundings for renovation, labs, computer, buses, generators, rather than constructing entire new ones. Although you may want to argue that it's also, important that you have also a plan for expansion, because demographically speaking, birth rate is always more than death rate, and there's also a there's also an arithmetic growth at times, when it comes to increase in population. That could be a fair comparison. But again, I mean, it's been pointed out in the chat that he did actually build a university, and made it functional. So I'll just leave it at that. I know that, there's, we agree to disagree at times, and that's it.
And I'm asking the people to go.
I will explain
that message.
Okay.
The commander of military, when I was there, asked him, is there an ancient? Is there an ancient? Who you see now was in charge of the army when I started here. I was the first person to ask police to come. I will give you money direct.
No, I think he can ask questions. I mean, the good thing about this is that even the person you support the most, you should be able to criticize them when you have a point of view. I mean, and it has to just be done, in a respectable manner. But again, you don't want to build an echo chamber where you can't question stuff or you can't question things. I try as much as possible. People question me, I try to reply and all of that. So it's also just very important. Anambra has a very small land mass. Renovation of new schools is just enough. Oh, okay. Our question shows, okay.
I reviewed the police station. Police headquarters in Anambra State. Gave them money, gave army money, build the army barracks, start the road inside there. You can go out. All these people came from the north. So where can everything one person who was asked to leave? I told you that because I was naive, those who were master riggers, those who were master who live on our differences, on our disunity, those who were master tribalists, those who were master religious bigots, because they know the job, the criminality better than me, first labeled me. Because they know it's better than me. So the first labeled me that is a religious bigot, is this and everything. I've been living with me now for 4 years. It is for you to go and assess who is a tribalist, who is a religious bigot, who is a rigger, who is a criminal. You've not known me. You've not searched me. They've not put all sorts of everything around me to know who I am and everything. They've not sent their people to walk around me. All sorts of things they want to label. They're not seeing anything.
Yeah, again, some of you guys are brilliant because promote. No, I don't. Funny enough, I don't really promote anybody here. I just put things out. People ask questions, and all sorts. So again, let's just try and conclude this.
Thank you very much for this clarity, Your Excellency.
I have never.
We hope to see you on the ballot.
I have never seen or known anybody in the past 2 years. In the past 1 year, I've recommended 2 people to a position that I consider very serious. Both of them were from the north. because I know what the problem of the North. I've always said it. The problem of the North requires a surgical support to fighting poverty. I know the problem of Nigeria. We will solve it together.
Okay.
I'm not going to do it alone. Every other presidential candidate is qualified by the law, by everything.
Oh, okay.
I, Peter, have put in a lot of effort. I know that I've moved around, whether it's in Kwara, whether it's in anything, and there's a lot we can do to build a better Nigeria. And I wish everyone and each of you
Trump 2028. Wow.
the blessings of God to have opportunity of being part of this better Nigeria we're talking about every single day. Let us work as a family. Let us live and show that together we can change this place. Not that it suits this person, it doesn't suit this person. That's it. Thank you. And I wish you
so that was
a
it.
very, very good night.
Wow. That was
God
3
bless.
hours and 15
Thank you
minutes, I
very much,
believe.
Your Excellency. Thank you for your time. We really, really appreciate it. We appreciate the clarity that you brought to a lot of topics tonight. And on this note, thank you everybody who has been here with us all through. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your commitment to the cause. Thank you for believing in Nigeria. Thank you for walking this journey with everybody that is involved. We continue to try to ensure that we have a leader who is a true Nigerian, a leader that knows no division, a leader that brings unity, a leader that stands tall in competence, in character, in compassion,
Yeah.
a leader that has only one mission: to make sure that a new Nigeria is possible. On that note, we would say good night to everybody, wherever you are. Good night, Your Excellency. But most importantly, do not go away without following the Obedient Update handle to ensure that you stay in the loop for all information.
The tax issue, they
And
spoke about it
also
actually.
sign up to the Obedience website, which is www.obedience.com. On that note, we call it a day. Have a nice day, everybody. And we wish you a very, very prosperous new year and a year that will be remarkable in our journey as a nation and as a people who are all running for the presidency through His Excellency Peter Obi. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah. So that's it. Okay. Just wanted to be sure that we're done. I think we're done with that. Yeah, I can see a lot of back and forth. I mean, we all have the right to promote our candidacy, and that's it. I would say, hi Kathy, good morning. Is way better than all the people APC has given us so far, according to Make Me Trend. I know what qualifies a president to you is if he's a Muslim and from your tribe. Lawade doing says there are some people who cannot survive in this country if the law of the land is obeyed. Yeah, again, we have politics is something that I would say politics is war in a way, right? Because there would be people that want to be for or against. This is an X space that Peter Obi did, spend 3 hours, 15 minutes, and I tried as much as possible to just go through all that because I felt I wanted to, get his reasoning and all that. I didn't have answers to a lot of the questions that I did have in mind with respect to, the Labour Party. We didn't really talk much about the Labour Party, and it seems like he's set to join ADC, any moment from now. I know that Okay, that December 31st is set for the date for him to join. Again, I think we've got to be respectful in the chat. There's mutual respect at this point. We can always, disagree, but we shouldn't, try to denigrate individuals or call people names, and all that. It's very, very important that we actually maintain mutual respect. And that's that about that. Again, that was a good, chat. Thanks for those who stayed true. Thanks for the contribution. Thanks for the chat. I really did appreciate. I think towards the end, things got a little bit kind of heated up. I guess people are getting awake. People are waking up from the West African side, and they're trying to put in their thing. Fair question. We'll see what happens. 2026 is going to be a defining year in Nigerian politics. And that being said, we'll definitely know where things are moving towards in ADC with respect to the presidential candidate and also the person that will be the running mate. There's been different arguments. People have said Peter Obi should not actually go for the vice because they believe that it can be the presidential candidate. I think Atiku himself wants to run and is going to run. So again, we'll see what happens. And that's that about that. Thanks a lot, guys, for watching. Thanks for the contribution. Thanks for the questions. Thanks for the comment. Thanks for the like. Right now, I think I just want to call it a day, and then we'll come later on in today and see what happens. Have a good one.